What's up, guys? How's it going? This is Drizzle Tech and Games. I haven't done a tutorial video in a while, and by popular demand, I've been requested to go ahead and kind of update you guys on some of the process changes that I've been making to the way that I train my deepfake models so that you guys can benefit from some of that stuff. I haven't made one like this since, I don't know, it's been at least a year and a half probably, and the first big one that I did was like at the end of 2021, so we're going on like 2 years almost since I made the first Deepface Lab tutorial that I did. So putting all that to the side, I'm going to go ahead and get started here and kind of go over with you guys some of the stuff you're going to need, and then we'll get into actually training a model and probably I might do a couple models in this video. So stick around and we'll go ahead here and get started in that. Okay, so I've sort of written up like a synopsis here of what we're going to be going over. I don't think I really finished 100% writing it out, but just kind of a general get started as to what you're going to need, that kind of stuff. So I've got a link here to my Google Drive, which I'm going to make available on the video description, but basically it'll open up this folder here, my Google Drive. This is where you'll land at, and you can find all these files. So we've got like the basic Deepface Lab 2.0 file, like application files, which is all the batch files that you need, and all the self-contained Python code that you'll need to run Deepface Lab. This is containing the machine video editor fork. So this is what I'm going to be using for this video. It gives you more options than the regular version of Deepface Lab does, and it lets you enable some settings that didn't exist in the original version. I like it better. I think you will too if you've used Deepface Lab at all. And if you haven't, for your beginner, it's fine. It just lets you start with more than you would have. So I got that in there. I've got the DirectX 12 and the NVIDIA versions of Deepface Live, so you can go ahead and play around with it. Like I said, I'll probably make a live model first in this video, and then I was thinking I would also then take that same model and probably start it over, but then put it into like a video clip so I can show you guys how to make a live model again, which I've done before in the past, and then also how to make a video with your deepfake in it. So we're just probably going to do both things in this one video together. So I've got the two versions of Deepface Live. Again, one is DirectX 12 for AMD users, one is the NVIDIA version for NVIDIA users. Then I have what's called the RTM Faceset. For those of you who have not watched any of these videos before, that'll be a new concept to you. RTM stands for Ready to Merge. It is a large set of faces, that like images of people's faces, that's about 100,000 images. It's very large, but it's kind of a requirement for making a live model to use in Deepface Live, that you have some kind of a large face set like this to train your model against, so it learns a bunch of people's faces, and then it will work on pretty much anybody who tries to use the live model. If you just trained it on yourself, it would only work for you, which may be fine if that's all you're intending to do with it. But if you want it to be usable by more than one person, this is the Faceset to go with. The other option for that I have up here is called the Mini RTM, which is one that I made. The original was made, I believe, by Iparov, who was the guy who created Deepface Lab. So I made one. It's about 20,000 images. I made it smaller on purpose because it takes less time to learn 20,000 images than it takes to learn 100,000. And they're all high quality images that, like 95% of it is very high quality images that I pulled from like 4K and 8K video footage. So I think it produces a superior result, because I found that the better quality of the images you train against, typically the model will look better too. So I've made my own version. You can use either one you want. In this video, I'll probably use mine, but either or is fine. And then finally, okay, we also have the RTT model files. RTT stands for Ready to Train. That was created by the developer also, Iparov, as far as I know. It has 10 million iterations of pre-training. What that means is before you even decide who you want to use for your deepfake, you can just take the model files and train them against something like this RTM Faceset, which I think is what he did. And he trained it for quite a long time. 10 million iterations takes a long time to train that, even if you're doing it with like a low batch size, it would still take a long time to do 10 million iterations. And he got it very, very well trained. What pre-training basically does, without going crazy with explanation, is it makes it much faster when you go to train your model. If you use pre-trained files, they will train, when we want to make a live model or whatever we're going to do, it will be a lot faster, and it usually does a better job in general than a model that has not been pre-trained. So these were the model files supplied by iProv. That is a 10 million pre-train, 224 resolution RTT model files. We'll go over those files when we get started here with the actual training, but for now, that's a zip file you can download. And the last one is for what's called an XSEG mask. I will have to go over what that looks like and what that does. It kind of delineates for the software like where your face is, because sometimes images will like you'll get like bleed in from somebody who maybe was in the background or whatever. Sorry, my cat, I think, sneezed on me. Anyways, you will get, yep, there he goes. You'll get this background bleed in sometimes, and so the person's face is not properly detected by the software. But if you XSEG mask it and tell it where the face is, it won't, you won't end up with like aberrant stuff being drawn into the face, like someone else's face behind them or something. So that's what XSEG is for. But XSEG 14 million files. So these are files that were trained 14 million iterations. When you put them in with your model folder and then you train your XSEG mask, if you don't have this, like it has to start that from scratch, and it's, I don't say it's very slow, but it takes a while to finish. If you have these in your model folder and then do your XSEG training, it will do it in a few minutes. So that is a time-saving device, is what that is. So this is where my files will be located at. Again, this is just stuff I've uploaded to my Google Drive. This way, we don't have to worry about someone else changing the URL, uploading it somewhere else, or maybe they, decide they're not going to host the file anymore, and suddenly you can't get access to it. This will allow us, to not have to worry about what other people are doing. This way, you guys can access my stuff whenever you want from the link that I'm going to supply. So next up, we'll go over hardware requirements, or at least recommendations. So give me 1 second, we'll go over that. All right, so in addition, I forgot to go over the other software kind of recommendations that you'll probably need. You don't have to have all this stuff, but if you don't have at least some of these things, it'll be kind of hard to work with and produce your final deepfake if you don't have some of this stuff. So like video editing software, like I use Adobe Premiere Pro, but there's also things like Sony Vegas Pro, Cyberlink Power Director, whatever you use to edit your video files is probably something you're going to want to have at least something like that. I don't know if there's anything free out there that's any good. Most of these have at least some kind of a cost to them. I think Power Director is the only one that you can just buy and then you don't have to pay ever again. I don't know if it gets like updates for life, but anyways, they all have some kind of a financial cost to them. I think there's like some basic Windows video editing programs that might be free on like the App Store. You can try to do that if you want, but something in that ballpark. Handbrake, which is this little program right here on my desktop, has a little pineapple and a drink on it. You can convert video files to different types with that. Oh, I don't know what happened there. And because, for example, like Adobe Premiere Pro, I don't know why, but you can't edit MKV files in it. Like they've never supported that. So if you have MKV files that you've downloaded from like YouTube or something, and you want to convert them into an MPEG-4 so you can edit it with like your video software, Handbrake is a good program to do that. It's free, so that's a good one to get. Topaz Labs software, you guys may have heard of like things like Gigapixel. Like I've got Gigapixel AI there. I don't think I've used it in a really long time, but it is, you may wish to get things like that. They have one called Sharpen AI, but they have different applications that you can use to upscale and or sharpen images that aren't particularly good quality. So if you're trying to make a deep fake of somebody like that maybe is either dead now, or at least you're trying to make like a young deep fake of a person who is now old, and the video footage of that person that's available is not very good, you can use some of those programs to sometimes improve the quality of the images a bit. I haven't had great luck with some of their software, but I guess I've been hearing that their stuff's getting better. So your call. Those are kind of expensive software, and you have to renew it every year, or you won't be able to update it anymore. Something like 50 to 80 bucks for like each of their programs. So keep that in mind. You may not want to screw with that because of the cost, but it's an option. So if you want to get footage to make a face set, to make your deep fake, let's say you wanted to make Keanu Reeves, because I do a lot of stuff with Keanu Reeves. How are you going to get that footage? Well, on YouTube, of course, there's probably a billion videos that have Keanu Reeves in it, whether it's him doing an interview, or footage from one of the John Wick films or the Matrix films. Whatever you're looking for, you probably can find it on YouTube, or other video streaming sites. But I don't know if these programs work with all of those. But there's a program I got called 4K Video Downloader. I think it was like $10. Or you can get another one for free called JDownloader 2. Both of those do the same thing. I just had some problems with JDownloader where sometimes like YouTube changes something and then it doesn't work for a while and they have to make an update to it. And they were a little slow on the updates. 4K Downloader, I've never had a problem downloading anything with it. So pick which one you want. I use 4K Downloader because I think it's more reliable. But they both do the same thing. They will let you take the URL from a YouTube video. So just right click on the video and click, copy link. You paste it into that program and it will download the video that's from that upload or from that YouTube page. So you can download anything on YouTube with that, and use it to make face sets. You can use it for, like, I've often downloaded things from there and then deepfake somebody into it and then just upload it back up again. So you can get a lot from YouTube that way. You can also get stuff from, I don't know if it works for like Odyssey or BitChute or any of those other, like Rumble. I haven't tried it for those sites. It may, but I know it works with YouTube. So that's an option. Other software like OBS or NVIDIA Shadow Play to do screen capture. If you wanted to record something from, like, if you have Amazon Prime Video or if you have HBO Max or some kind of streaming service where you're trying to capture like a small scene out of the video or something, because you see like the person you're trying to deepfake making a certain facial expression that you're having a hard time finding. That could be a problem with this, is like maybe you're trying to find somebody like this, like with their head thrown back and their mouth open. That's hard to find sometimes. Some people making kind of extreme facial expressions, people like Arnold Schwarzenegger, which I do a lot, are easy because he's always doing crazy facial expressions. But some people are difficult to find. So if you do find something in a specific movie on, again, like Amazon or something, you could use OBS, you could use NVIDIA Shadow Play to screen capture that section of the video into an MPEG-4 file and then get your images out of it that way. So I definitely recommend OBS or Shadow Play. AMD has something called AMD Relive. I don't know how good that is, but with AMD cards, you could still use OBS. So, excuse me, and OBS is free, so pretty good option there. VLC video player, if you don't have that, it's really cheap, really easy to get. Just go download it off of Google, and that is also free. It supports certain codecs that, like, the Windows Media Player doesn't. So if you're playing around with like HEVC, high efficiency video encoder, that kind of stuff, it'll play those things, whereas like the basic Windows video player does not have support for that. So probably should get VLC. If you do want to try like ripping your own movies, like if you own Blu-rays or 4K discs, you can use MKV, it's Make MKV, to rip your own movies for the sake of getting, like, editing the movie down and getting the face set out of it, getting the people or the person that you want to use. Like, again, I own a bunch of Arnold Schwarzenegger movies on Blu-ray and I have some on 4K disc. You can rip that file into a MKV file, then convert it with Handbrake to an MPEG-4, and then edit it in like Adobe Premiere Pro and get all the faces out of it for Arnold or whomever you're trying to do. So that is an option. I don't support piracy, but if you're using it specifically on videos that, discs that you own, and you're using it to get, images to make a face set, I think it's pretty harmless. So that is an option. That is a free software also. I think you have to Google like a beta CD key, because it's still in beta, and then you can every month or every other month or something, like they deactivate the current key and you have to get another one. What you do is Google it. It'll pull up like this forum that's the first post on the forum. You copy and paste it in the software and you can use it again free for another month. So it doesn't cost anything. Okay, so we've gone over the recommended software. Next up, let's do recommended hardware. So recommended hardware options. I'm going to use NVIDIA pretty much exclusively. I would suggest you do the same just because AMD is not as well supported. They don't, I think they're talking about supporting the CUDA library, but right now they don't have good support for it. And so there's a DirectX 12 version of Deepfacelab that works with AMD cards. It'll also work with NVIDIA cards, but it works primarily, was made for AMD usage. So I would suggest going with NVIDIA because you'll get faster results. Just save yourself some time if you can. But anyways, the recommended minimum to do the model that we're going to do in this video, which is the 2024 resolution RTT model that we mentioned, like a minimum for that I think is 8 gigs, but 12 gigs would be better. You can tell the program to run some things in the CPU if you run on a video memory, and it'll use system memory instead, but that's not ideal because it'll be very slow when it does that. So I would recommend a card with at least 12 gigabytes to do this. I'm sorry that, this isn't a more efficient application. I believe iPerov is working on a new version of Deepfacelab called DeepX Tools that uses is more efficient for VRAM usage than Deepfacelab 2.0. So at some point in the future, you may be able to do these things with lower end video cards, but currently you need a pretty good amount of video memory. So I think the best bang for your buck, if you want to do this at an entry level, is something like the RTX 3060, which has 12 gigabytes of video memory. That is the desktop version. The laptop versions have like 6, maybe 8 gigs. I don't recommend laptops at all. People keep, for some reason, a lot of people ask me, what laptop do you recommend? I don't recommend it at all because they run really hot when they're under, constant stressing on the GPU and CPU, which is all Deepfacelab does. It just constantly reefs on the GPU. CPU somewhat, but GPU all the time. And your laptop's going to overheat and you're going to go through your lifespan on it way faster than if you just had a desktop with a dedicated GPU. So I don't recommend a laptop. I'm not even going to kind of try to go over the recommended laptop specs because their cards all have different VRAM amounts than the desktop versions. They're slower. Like I say, I don't recommend laptop. So again, RTX 3060, 12 gigs is like the cheap entry point. By cheap, I mean they're about, I think, 260 to 280 bucks for a new one. They're a last gen card, but they have, oddly enough, I don't think the current 4060s, I think they have 8 gigs for some reason, whereas the 3060 has 12 gigs. So you can still get those readily on Amazon, Newegg, Best Buy, wherever you want to buy from. And like I say, they're fairly inexpensive starting point versus some of the more expensive stuff. The next one up, I think, is a good option is the RTX 4060 Ti 16 gig edition. The standard edition is an 8 gig, but they do make a 16 gig now. They're $500, bit more expensive, but you get that extra VRAM. It should be a fair amount faster than a 3060, so you'll train faster and you'll be able to enable higher settings like higher resolution model training or increase your batch file size, which we'll go over a little bit later what that means, but basically more VRAM better. So another card that I personally own one, but I don't use a ton of the time, but I do have it, is an RTX A4000 that actually uses the same series of GPUs that the 3000 series did, but it's a workstation card, so they named them differently. You can't buy those like retail anywhere other than like, you can get them on like Amazon, you can get them on like B&H website, but they're usually like from third parties anyway. So I got mine off of eBay for like 350 bucks. I would call that a better deal, honestly, than a 3060. If you can get one for like $300 on there, that would be a really good entry point because they're about as fast as an RTX 3070, but has, again, as you can see, more memory than the 3060 with only 12 gigs. So that's a good option card. RTX 4080, now you're getting pretty expensive at like $1,000, but they have 16 gigs also, and they're a lot faster than the other cards that we were looking at so far. 3090 and the 3090 Ti, again, last generation, so you're probably only going to find used stuff. Maybe you can find a new one in the box on eBay, but you're probably not going to get a warranty on anything. But they have 24 gigabytes of video memory, and for like the base, I should say basic, but like for your like gaming GPUs or your mainstream GPUs, those, and then of course the RTX 4090, which is like $1,500, are going to be your best option with 24 gigs of video memory. They're going to be faster than the other cards. I think the 4080 is probably comparable to a 3090 Ti. It might even be a little bit faster, but the more memory, honestly, is more beneficial to you than a slightly faster GPU, just because without the memory, you can't turn things on. You can't do higher resolution. You'll be limited. So more memory, good. So those are the cards I recommend from NVIDIA. I don't recommend AMD, as I mentioned. You can still train. It just will be slower. But that said, if you do have AMD, or you're dead set on going with AMD for some reason, I think the oldest card that I'd probably screw around with is like the RX. I think it's RX, the 6800 series. All those cards had 16 gigs of VRAM, along with, I think they made like a secondary revision, but the top end GPU for the last gen was the 6900 series, and they made a 6950 also, but they also both had 16 gigs. So a decent amount of VRAM there. And then the new series, they make like a RX 7600, but it only has 8 gigs and it's kind of a lower end card. So I didn't even bother to list that, but it is available. Or the RX 7900 XT has 20 gigs, and then the XTX version of that card has 24 gigs. So they do have a 24 gig card from AMD. It just won't be as fast as the NVIDIA offerings. I think that's more to do with software support than really anything to do with like a hardware inferiority. But it's just because NVIDIA has worked a lot on the whole neural network training stuff, whereas AMD has not. It's kind of like just NVIDIA is into this stuff, and AMD, I think, is just kind of starting to get into it. So it is sort of what it is. That is, again, my hardware GPU recommendations. For the rest of the hardware that you're going to need for the system, you're going to need, kind of a mid-range CPU is fine. Like a fairly recent generation like i5 or AMD equivalent like a Ryzen 5 or a Ryzen 7 will be fine. You don't have to go crazy with like the latest and greatest RAM. Like you can train on 16 gigs, and I've done that, but they recommend 32 gigs. DDR5 will speed things up a little bit over DDR4, but it's really basically unnoticeable. The CPU and the RAM don't matter that much. It's mostly about your GPU. And like I say, the VRAM is really where it's at. For storage, an SSD would be better than a platter drive. I haven't even tried using a hard drive in quite a while. I've never tried running a deepfake off of a standard hard drive, so I don't know how slow that would be, or how fast it might kill the drive. Deepfacelab is constantly reading and writing to the drive. It will kill your drives eventually. Just keep that in mind. I mean, it may take it a while. I've had some drives that have lasted years. I've also had some drives that have lasted like 8 months and they died. So hopefully you get something with a warranty or something that you if you can afford to replace it, because I had one, a 2 terabyte NVMe drive basically start to die on me here the other day. I had to replace it. So this is an expensive hobby, unfortunately. So like NVMe drives are nice. You're going to be moving around big files a lot. Like your Faceset's going to end up being like 10, 20 gigs. Well, that's kind of big, but like 10 gigs probably. But total, the whole folder with all the files in it, any video clips that you might put together, that kind of stuff. I mean, you're talking upwards sometimes of like 80 to 100 gigs because of all the Deepface Lab folder files, like the Python files. And then you'll have like a few video files in there and all those images that you're ripping out of things. Like a lot of PNG images will add up quick as to how much drive space they take. So just bear in mind that that's a benefit. If you have a faster drive, you can kind of move those files around quickly if you need to copy and paste them to somewhere else or store them on a backup or whatever it is you're doing. It's nice to have some faster storage. So NVMe storage is fine. A regular SSD is also fine. I've been using those for a long time too on my workstation downstairs on the Threadripper, and they're fine. So SSD though is probably the way to go. So that's it for system hardware, I think. Can't think of anything else that you really need to worry about for that. If anybody can think of anything, remind me in the comments. But like I said, I think you're pretty good with that information. So next up, we'll go over some things like getting the Deepface Lab kind of installed. So hang on. I've downloaded the RTX 3000 series build of Deepface Lab, which I've put it on my Google Drive. You'll be able to get it there. And then this folder that's just named Deepface Lab is actually an internal folder of Deepface Lab. They just named it the same thing for some reason, but the files in this are the MVE Fork files. So what we're going to do is, first of all, extract this out. So there's like a application file. We're going to pull that out of the archive, the zip folder there, and then we'll extract that out, and hopefully I should be able to update it to the MVE Fork. So anyways, where did it put the, here's the 7-zip Deepface Lab. You'll probably have to get 7-zip to use this. I think it's free. You can Google that and find it. Shouldn't be difficult. So I will go ahead and I might, all right, so let me extract it to the desktop. It has given us our Deepface Lab folder, RTX 3000 series, and it won't let me open it. Oh, it did open it. It was overlaying it on the other folder. I was trying to find it. It was perfectly overlaid on the other one. So, all right. Next thing to do is to download the folder that should say just Deepface Lab. I don't currently have, there's 2 other versions of Deepface Lab. Like this is the 3000 series. I will also get the 2080 Ti, an older version, uploaded, and the DirectX 12 version uploaded. There's a limit on how many of those I can download from the Mega Drive per day, so I can only do like one of them at a time. So I'll have them up there before this video goes live, but currently I just have the 3000 series on my system. So download the Deepface Lab folder, then go into your internal folder from the RTX 3000 series that we've just extracted out. You'll see in here there's a folder named Deepface Lab. This is the original files. We're going to go ahead and just put a little, you can delete it if you want, but if you want to keep it, just do a dot and type the word old after that, and it won't, you can type anything after that, but it won't recognize that anymore as the Deepface Lab folder. Then we're going to copy and paste the other one in there, and voila, now we have, this should be the MVE Fork files. It may throw an error when I start trying to train with it later. If it does, I have the fix for that. There's it'll say something about JSON script. It's not hard to fix that, but I don't know if it'll do it or not, so we'll wait and see what happens. So that's how to extract it out and get it set up with the MVE Fork files. It's not much different. It's just adding in that different Deepface Lab folder in replacement of the old one. It just has some different files in it. So lots of batch files in here. I will try to explain what they do. Pretty much the workspace folder, I guess, first of all, is where you're going to have, like, it comes with some sample video clips, and it has 3 different folders in it. We'll get to that in a minute, but that's the workspace folder. Clear workspace will delete everything out of this folder. I would not run that unless you really don't want anything out of there. If you don't have any intention of retaining it, like if you finish one project, like one deepfake, and you want to do another one, you know, you can retain some of those files for reuse. I would not just clear it out, but it is an option if you want to. Extract images from video data source. So for a quick example of what that means, he's already put in, like I say, some sample videos here. We have a clip of Robert Downey Jr. as the source footage. So that means that Robert Downey Jr. would be the person we're trying to import onto somebody else. And then we have a destination footage of Elon Musk. So the purpose of this is to let us use, let me just pause this real quick, but this lets you take Robert Downey Jr. as a source character, and why is this not working? There it goes. So the idea would be to put Robert Downey Jr.'s face on Elon Musk. Elon is the destination, Robert is the source, if that makes sense. But that batch file, again named extract images from video data source, is referring to this one. So you need to name this file. It can be an MPEG-4, it can be an MKV, it can be an MOV file. I don't know beyond that what else is supported. I think you can even use like GIF images, and it will work if you name it data_src. And what will happen is that it will take it'll break this down into individual images. So currently we have it's a 27-second video clip. I guess I'll go ahead and just run that. We can see if it works or if I get an error message about that JSON script. We can fix it if we have to. So first it's going to look and see what kind of video card I have. This is my, this system has an i9-12900K CPU, excuse me, and it has an RTX 4090 GPU in it. So I'm going to tell it 0 FPS means it's going to rip every image out of it. Otherwise, you could try to tell it, like, if it's a 60 FPS video, but you don't want to sit there and wait for all of that to come out of it, you can tell it to do 24 and it will get, or 30 or whatever you want, and it will get less than the full 60, but you'll still get some of it. But I'm going to say 0, and it asks you if you want to do a PNG or a JPEG output. PNG is a higher fidelity image, so we will stick with PNG, and it's doing it, so no problem with this one. That's nice. So it didn't take very long. This runs on the CPU, not the GPU. So this is one of those things where if you wanted to go in on a bigger, badder CPU, if you're building a machine to do this, this is where a higher end CPU would matter more. And you see it says it's 1080p. That's nice. But if you're doing 4K, this takes way longer. And if you're doing 8K, it really takes a long time. So that's when it helps to have something like a high-end Threadripper CPU. We have a lot of cores that can, this just utilizes all your CPU cores. So whatever you've got, it'll use it to speed this up. It does not use the video card. So it says it's done. I can press any key to continue. So I'm doing that. Now if I go back in here and look at the data source folder, you'll see it took every individual image out of that video and it made 655 images, and then it also made a folder named aligned, which we'll go over in a little bit what that means. But you can see instead of a video, I now have individual images of Robert. Some of them are a little bit clearer. Some of them, while he's moving, of course, you can see they'll be a little bit worse quality. My mouth's getting a little dry. I need to get something to drink. But this one's, you know, pretty decent quality. But you get the idea. It took every individual video frame from the video clip and it put it in here as a PNG image. So we've got our source stripped out. Now I'm not actually going to use Robert for my deepfake in this video. I'm just doing this as demo purposes. When we get into the point where I'm actually creating a face set, which we'll do here in the near future, we'll be using a different person. We're going to be using a model named Gigi Hadid. That was a request from somebody on my channel a few different times, and I've been meaning to do it, so I'm going to use it for this video. But for the sake of, like I say, demonstration purposes, this is Robert Downey Jr. being ripped to that folder. So, cut video. This is using something called, like, I think it's FFmpeg. I don't really understand how to use it because it's really just a batch file. I know what it does. It lets you take like a video file and drop it on here, and supposedly you can tell it like to start at a certain point and end at a certain point. It'll cut out the video and give you, like, if you had a minute-long video but you only wanted from like the 20-second mark to the 40-second mark, you could do that. I don't understand. I've never been able to get this thing to work. It's like it takes a specific set of commands. I could probably ask somebody, but I always just use Handbrake to do that. So your call if you want to mess around with this or not. But that's what that does. Extract images from data source at full FPS. So this is the same concept as the source, but it's going to do the destination character. So we've got, again, Elon Musk here. He's it's about 54 seconds, it says. So if I tell it I want to do extract images from video data DST, same concept. Your video needs to have be named data underscore DST. It can once again be an MP4, MOV, MKV format, also possibly a GIF image, although I've never tried that for a DST. So I'm going to again extract these as PNG images, and it should go through that pretty fast because it's a fairly quick CPU. Done deal. Again, would take longer if this was 4K, but it's not. So we've got Elon Musk now. And this is a fairly simple video. Like, this is just him standing there. He's giving a speech or an interview or whatever he's doing. He's just talking into his microphone. He's not surrounded by other people. He's not, you know, doing anything crazy. Like, he's not fighting with anybody. He doesn't have his hands in front of his face. All that stuff is more complicated. But to do something very simple like this, it's not difficult at all. You just tell it you want it to rip those out of there. And then we'll go over again about the whole making face sets and aligning things here in a little bit. So we've got a source. We've got a destination. What do we want to do next? We would like to, let's see, so optional denoise the DST images. So if you got like a bunch of digital noise on those images, you can run this to supposedly clean that up a bit. I haven't really tried that. I don't know how good that works. I should give that a shot because it's nice. Some of these tools that come with this are actually kind of on par with something more expensive, like I mentioned earlier, like the Topaz stuff have like sharpening software. There's like an image enhancer in here that actually does a pretty good job, and you just run a batch file and it does it instead. So that's kind of nice to have. Okay, so this lets you do extraction of the source faces manually if you want, or you can do it automatically. So the next one is just data source face Faceset extract, or you have a manual version of doing it. So the difference here is the manual version will open up a little window. So we'll go ahead and do it, just to do a couple of them so I can show you guys what it looks like. So I'm going to tell it, use the GPU. This is a whole face model we're going to be doing. The other options are just face. So whole face covers this entire area. Face just covers without the forehead. And then head does everything, including hair and your ears, but you can tell it to use parts and not other parts if you want with a head model. Head models are more complicated. We're not going to screw with that today. Whole face is pretty much the standard of what most people do. So we're doing whole face. So again, max number of faces from the image set to 0 means it will get all of them. Although this is on manual, so I don't really know why it actually asks you this question on manual. You can actually only do 1 per image on manual. So now it's going to ask what resolution I want the images to be when I extract them. Depending on what resolution model you're going to use, and this is going to be complicated, but if you start with, like, the model we're going to do is 224 resolution. So if I make images that are much, much higher resolution than that, it has a hard time training the model because it's constantly on the fly trying to downscale the images from whatever you, let's just say I extracted them at 1024 pixels, but my model's only 224 pixels. So it has to downscale on the fly that 1024 image to 224 pixels, back and forth, constantly doing that as it compares, you know, the images back and forth, and it causes your training to lag out. I don't think that at 512 we'll have a problem, but if I did any higher than this, we would start experiencing some lag. If we do end up having a problem with it at 512, I can come back later and I can do it at, like, because the model is 224, remember, so I could do it at like 320 or 448 or something to reduce that variance. As long as the variance is not high, it will not have a problem, and you still retain a bit more quality by keeping a slightly higher resolution image. So we'll stick with 512 for now. It says JPEG quality 1 to 100. We would like to keep it at 100. Do I want to debug the images in the aligned debug? I don't mess with that with source, but with destination, you should keep that. We'll go over why later. So let's see if this works without giving me a hard time about, like I say, the possible JSON script error. Okay, so this is, currently I'm not seeing anybody. There it is. So there's some controls for this, which it mentions in the upper left-hand corner. It says left click will, so it'll lock in the selection. You can hit the comma key, which also on your keyboard looks like a backwards arrow, which is helpful to go back an image. You can hit the period key, which is the forward arrow, to go forward an image. So I can just kind of skip through these if I don't want all of them for some reason. You can see down here it mentions it's running on the RTX 4090. I'm currently at 0% out of my 655 images that are in here. So manually doing 655 images is a little tedious. You don't have to do them all. If you want to skip some, it says you can hit Q just to skip to the end. So if you just wanted a few of them, you don't have to do everything. It says accuracy on and off. So currently I have accuracy mode off, and it will kind of snap to his face, you can see, and sort of keep that same facial structure. If I hit A, you can see all of a sudden I can kind of stretch it out and do sort of try to make my own alignment out of it. That's useful if the person has something in front of their face, and this normal non-accuracy mode sometimes can't detect the face, but if you enable accuracy mode, it can actually find it. Then you can hit H to hide the little help buttons if you want, or the little help text if you want. And then also you can do a manual by hitting the right mouse key. You can make this box and stretch it out and spin it around. If it can't find the face at all, you can put one of these on it. I find that that doesn't really do you any good. Like, it never really learns it anyway. I'm not really sure if this was just not implemented properly or I'm doing something wrong, but it's never worked right for me. So we're not going to do that. But I'll go ahead and click one, and then I'll hit the forward arrow or the period key, and it'll be on to the next one. You see it turns blue when I lock it in, or if I hit the button again, it'll go back to green and let me try it again if I didn't like how it looked. So I'm going to say yes. I'll do another one, or you can hit the enter key also. I forgot. If you hit enter or space, apparently. Well, it says space skips a frame. Let me see. Yeah, space skips it, but enter confirms it. So you don't have to hit the mouse button and then hit the forward key. You can just keep hitting enter. And you can see it's confirming these. But let's just say I said, oh, I don't feel like messing with this anymore. I'm done. I'll hit Q. So you can see it burns through it. I got my 16 images out of 655 because that's all I bothered to lock in. And it'll say I'm done. Now you can see there should be, see, we got a few images of Robert in here. They're at the 512 by 512 pixels, as we said. JPEG images is what you get for alignment files. You don't get PNG in here. Makes the files a lot smaller, though. They really can be quite large when you get a lot of PNGs going. And you can see he's looking in that direction. So this is kind of the starting of a face set, which is you want him looking in every different direction as much as possible, up, down, left, right, all around, talking, blinking, making facial expressions, winking, sad, happy, all the different gamut of emotions that you can find, all that stuff you're going to kind of want as much as possible in your source. So if the character in the destination video is doing it, your model will be able to emulate it. So I'm going to go ahead and delete these back out, because then I'm going to show you another way you can do this through automation as opposed to manually doing it. It is faster, but on the downside, it is like if there's a bunch of people in this in one of these images, it'll just get everybody. So you can tell it to do less, but then it might pick the wrong person. So I know that's convoluted, and it's like I'm gonna have to do a demonstration on this later, probably, that shows like a video clip with a bunch of people in it and how you can deal with that. Because with one, it's pretty straightforward, and really what you should start on when you're new to this is just doing stuff like this. You should just play around with these files and get comfortable making a face set, training a model, etc. But when you're ready to go on to stuff that's more complicated with a bunch of people, or like one guy fighting another guy where you're seeing both people a lot of the time, you have to go in and like I say, you have to go in and either manually do those, or you have to do all of them and then delete the people that you didn't want. So complicated, I understand. But anyway, so we've got our source, but what I'm going to do is go back now, and I'm going to run the, instead of the manual, we've got data source Faceset extract, which will do it automatically. So just 1 second. Again, it's asking me which GPU I want to use. I want to use my 4090, sticking to whole face. Again, all the faces it can find, keeping 512 resolution at 100% of the quality of our JPEG images. And I can show you, I guess, even though this is only source, I can show you what a debug looks like. So 1 second here. So it's going to start up, and it's not super fast. This is entirely dependent on GPUs at this point. If you have more than one GPU in your system, this will go substantially faster. And I'm recording right now too, so I don't know. I don't think that should have much of an effect on it. You can see, like, it's talking about iterations per second here. What it's referring to is how many images it's pulling out of the video per second. So it's doing about 2.5 per second. It's still picking up speed. That's not too bad, actually. You can see it's going pretty quick. I've already got over 70 images, over 80 now, and the time it took me to do a couple before. So you can see they're kind of piling in there. But with 2 GPUs, like I have my my other system with my dual RTX A6000s, which are about the speed of a 3090 Ti, but 2 of them together are quite fast, and they have a lot of VRAM. They can do this. I'm getting close to like 6 images a second with that system. So it will burn through this pretty quickly. So if I want to stop it at any point and just decided that I've got enough, I can just kill this. Because again, we're not really going to play with this beyond, this is for demo purposes. So we've got, we ended up with 170 images rapidly versus trying to do this again manually. The only reason, like I say, to really do it manually is if it's having a hard time finding the face, like if it's a dark background, low light situation, and you can't see the person's face very well, you may manually have to do it. Or if there's like 2 or 3 people in the scene and you just want one guy, you could do it manually as an option to, because that's actually almost faster sometimes to do it manually if you otherwise have to go back and delete a bunch of people. So anyways, that was a good way to get quite a few images if we wanted to play that game. So that's how you do source Faceset extraction. Then it says, view source aligned result. Well, I deleted everything. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I don't use that. Never needed it. Let me see if I can. Well, I don't know how to. Oh, there it goes. Cool. We can go see what it does. Oh, okay, right. He's got like his own GUI here, which lets you look at this kind of the same way. I don't really know what the benefit of this is, because you can just obviously go look at it in the folder, but it for some reason lets you look at information about the image this way instead. So kind of maybe I'm missing the point of that. Data source sort, I guess I can run that real quick because we don't have that many images in there. So this gives you a bunch of different options about, you can choose the method by which it sorts the images. I always choose number 2, which is face yaw direction. So it'll basically start with him looking in one direction, and at the end of the folder he'll be looking in the other direction. You'll get all the images in between. So I'll run that real quick. Oh, that was very fast. So now I'll go back and look at the images, and you'll see, like I say, he starts off looking this way, and by the end you can see it slowly is turning his face and looks the other direction. It's just kind of a nice way to arrange your face set. But that's all sorting does. And on to the next one. Source utility add landmarks debug images. Some of this stuff I've honestly not played with. Adding landmark debug images. Interesting. Oh, okay. So it shows us how the mask is aligned in here. See, that we already get that. I guess if you didn't do it in the first place, like if you didn't already. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry. So it's adding them to the aligned images as opposed to it showing me like this whole image. It shows up close, and then you can see how the mask looks on it. So that's kind of neat. I don't know how useful that is necessarily in there, but in here you can see again the debug image. If it was jacked up and it was all googly, like, you know, harder, like basically that green landmark area, the landmarks are the eyes, the eyebrows, nose, mouth, and jawline. If for some reason it was messed up, it'd be like just a scrambled mess of like green polygons, and you'd be like, oh, that's a bad one, and you could come in here and delete it, and then you could re-extract it and get a better version of it. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm just going to see what's next, I guess. I never messed with some of these because I don't need, like, I haven't really needed them, but they are interesting options. Okay, so what I was talking about earlier, like the sharpening thing, data source utility Faceset enhance, it takes kind of a while to run it, so I'm not really going to mess with it, but what it does is it will take those images in the aligned folder and it will sharpen them and improve them a bit. I'd say it does a pretty good job. It's probably on par with, like I say, Topaz sharpening filter. It does a pretty nice job. If the image is already pretty decent, it will improve it just that much more. Like if the teeth need a little bit of sharpening or the eyes aren't real clear, it will do a pretty good job of improving that. Okay, so I don't know why they do this in reverse order, but you've got metadata save and metadata restore. This is a little complicated to explain, and you probably won't need it unless you're trying to mess around with something like Topaz Labs, like I mentioned. If you do this enhancement, you don't need to mess with metadata. But if you try to use something like Topaz Labs, like Gigapixel AI, to increase like an image size for some reason, it will lose the fact that it's a Deepfacelab image, basically. Like there's unseen metadata written to each image, and then like all the like the alignment information, for example, all this stuff is stored in metadata that shows how these masks are aligned and so forth. Normally you don't see that kind of stuff, but this lets you see what is really hidden kind of behind the image. If you change like something about the image, like the resolution, and if you put it in Paint, or if you put it in Photoshop, or if you put it in, again, like Gigapixel AI, that data gets lost. So to retain it, what you do is you do a metadata save first before you mess with any of your images. Then you can go through and enhance them and do whatever you want, put them back in the folder, and then use the metadata restore, and it will put the metadata back in, but you'll retain like whatever sharpening that you've done. Hopefully that makes some level of sense. Next is a data source Faceset.pak. What that'll do is take all the images in the Faceset aligned folder, and it will put them in an archive file. It's like a zip file, but it's called a PAK file. And then after that, when you go to load your model up to train, it loads much, much faster. I'll show you guys how it works later when I actually make the SAEHD Faceset, but basically that's what that does. Face utilities, Faceset resize, that will let you change it. So like I was talking about earlier, if it's a 512, if the images are at 512 and you want to change them to 224 or higher, if you want to go to 768 or something, you use the utility Faceset resize, and you can change the size of the images without losing metadata. That can also be used to change the type of face from like a whole face to a head, or a head to a whole face. Kind of weird results happen when you do that, but you can do it. Faceset unpack obviously just takes the faces from the Faceset.pak and puts them back in the aligned folder and deletes it takes them back out of the archive. So if you wanted to edit them further, you can do that with that. You know what? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what this is for. Source utility recover original file name. I don't know what that's for. I never used that. Couldn't tell you what the purpose of that is. Data DST Faceset extract manual fix. I feel like there's some additional files that he may have added to this at some point since I've last downloaded it. Plus manual fix. Interesting. I don't have these options on my other machine. Some of these, like again, like that's why I didn't recognize the original file name thing. Never saw that before. So this has been in there since November, but I don't have some of these batch files. That's sort of interesting. So yeah, neat stuff. Never needed them, so it must not have been that important. But so yeah, Faceset extract plus manual fix. Huh. See, it's always just let you fix DST images before. I don't actually know quite how that gets applied. I suspect if there's something wrong with one of the images, you can use it to probably delete one of the debug images and then manually re-extract it. Oh, this is for DST. It's not for source. I'm sorry. I'm misreading that. But still, the manual fix thing. See, you've already got that here where you do a manual re-extract. So like this is, like I was showing you earlier with the masks on the face, like the metadata masks, the alignment masks. Like if one of those ends up being bad from the DST, you can delete that from the align debug folder. So like if I don't have anything in there right now, but like the align debug folder should be in here, just like it is with the source. So like if the DST has a bad alignment, you can come in here and delete. Like if 96 was bad, I could delete it. In fact, I'll just well, this is source, that won't work. Never mind. But you'd be able to delete this, then go run that batch file about manually re-extracting the deleted image and fix it. I'll try to do a demo of that later. I'll try to remind myself. So DST Faceset extract is the same concept we witnessed before. In fact, I can go ahead and demo this stuff. So I'll go ahead and do a extraction from Elon here, and I'll stick with that. All right. I'll just give this a minute. That's way more images. I don't want to screw around with all that, but we'll give it a second here just to pick up like 10, 20 images, and then I'll show you how to do the manual re-extraction. All right, that's probably enough. So I think that should work. Yeah. So I got, 44 images here, and we've got our align debug images as well. Let's say the image 34 for some reason. I mean, it's fine, obviously, but let's just say it wasn't and it was all gobbly. I'll delete debug image 34, go back here and say, oh, I want to re-extract that. Same information. Now, of course, there's a bunch of other images in there I never even touched. So it's finding a bunch, but normally it would just find like the one or two that you deleted from the debug folder. Come on. And hey, I got it. Now, of course, it's skipping on to the next stuff that's already in there that I hadn't previously extracted, but I'll just say I got the image that I wanted. This should be image 34. Should be back in there in a second. So go back in here, look at DST. Image 34 has technically been replaced. There should be a debug image again for 34 as well. And you can see image 34 has got debugged. Everything beyond that doesn't have a mask because we never extracted it. You can see beyond, we got to 44, 45 and beyond is not aligned because we didn't do it. So, all right. I hope this stuff's useful. I hope I'm not being too confusing. I understand that there's a lot of steps in this. And I'm going to go over this stuff again when I do the GG Hadid. It's just I'm kind of doing a demo of what they give you to start with. So we've got facet extraction, manual facet extraction, kind of the same thing. Recovering a aligned debug image, so that's cool. This is kind of like the view source one. It's just going to bring it up in a window that shows us what our results were. We can view the aligned debug results apparently in the same way. Sure can. You can sort your data, your destinations Faceset if you want. I don't understand the benefit of doing that unless, well, it depends on what kind of video it is. If you're doing a live model, it's fine. If you're doing a video clip like this would be for, you would not want to do that because it would change the order of the images and then it would screw up when you went to put it into your video, I think. Data DST utility Faceset.pak, same story as the source Faceset. DST Faceset resize, same deal. Unpack is the same deal. DST, yeah, original file name, still don't know what that's for. Okay, XSEG. XSEGing is most interesting stuff. So, one thing we can do now before we continue forward is to take these 14 million XSEG files and put them into our workspace folder, because we're going to need that later anyway. That's the wrong folder, sorry. So I've got my model folder inside the workspace. I'm going to take these XSEG files and put them in there. Now, initially that doesn't look like it did anything, and technically it hasn't done anything yet. What these will do, you can see this is over 14 million iterations of XSEG training. Somebody trained that on a 1070, which is impressive. That would have taken a long time. Anyways, what this does is if you don't have these in there and you go and XSEG mask the source or the destination, which I'll show you guys in a second what that looks like. But if you don't have those files in there and you start training it, it has to start it from scratch, which means it'll take it quite a while to properly learn the outlines of the face. That's what XSEGing is for, is delineating where the face starts and ends. But with those highly trained XSEG files in there, it'll do that very, very quickly. So I guess what I'll do is, where was those files at? I can do either the generic, I think I'll start with manual and then I'll come back and do it generic after that to show you guys what it does. So data source mask edit. Currently there's no source mask on there. So it's going to pull up our source images of Robert. And you can see we didn't have that many of them. I don't remember having quite that many. Okay. So controls in here. You can click forward to go forward an image, back to go back. If you hold shift, it will jump by however many you have here. So it says 5. You can set it up to 10 or 15 or whatever. Suddenly we're jumping by 15 images at a time if you want to do that. And we've got poly include and poly exclude modes. Poly exclude means like if he had like his arm in front of his face, we wouldn't want his arm to become part of his face. So let's just say his arm was coming across here. I would want to like cover up his arm and say don't use that as part of his face. I know that sounds kind of hard to envision perhaps, but that's what that's for. But the poly include is going to delineate where his face starts and ends. It's a little bit tedious to do this by hand. After a while you'll probably get pretty good at it if you stick with this long enough. If you make mistakes, like I don't know if you saw, but like I didn't like something there for some reason, you can hit Control Z while you're still doing it and it will go backward, just like in Windows when you hit Control C to copy, Control V to paste, but Control Z goes back, like undo. So that's kind of a poly mask. If I want to change it, I can always go back and click on it and make edits to it, move it around a little bit. If you hold Control, you can add another little dot and kind of axis point to kind of move it around. If you hold Control and click one of those, it'll delete it instead. So you can add or take away the little poly points. I'll jump forward to a couple more. can be kind of hard to tell where someone's face ends or begins when the background blends in a little bit to their beard like he's having going on here, that sort of thing. Kind of get the idea here. Maybe I want to stretch this down, get a little bit more of his beard. One problem you'll have too is you can kind of see where it cuts off at the bottom. People who have longer beards, it'll be off the bottom of this and you can't always get it. That's why I was having problems with Jason Momoa and different people. They have long beards and they call this all like the buffer zone around the face. There is a way to modify the code to increase that buffer size, but I had other weird issues arise when I did that. So kind of hard to say what the solution is to that. I think there is somebody who's kind of come up with a fix. Maybe there's like a mod to the code or something that lets you get a better result. I think you can do it with there's a third-party application I think you can use that does a better job of extracting some of this stuff. I need to work with playing with that. But let's say I've now labeled 3 of them. So let's see how that works if I decide I wanted to train it. Let's do the destination too while we're at it. So destination mask edit. Let's do that. So we've got a few images of Elon in there. So I'm going to do the same thing with Elon. Very exciting, very tedious work, I know. This is why generic will be a lot more fun. You'll see in a little bit here, but this is just to show you guys kind of how to do it manually. So we'll do like one more. Side profiles can be really tedious, like if like when you're talking about he's looking far to his left or something and you're trying to get his nose just right and everything. It can be a real pain if you're doing a bunch of this manually. Back before the whole generic thing came out, I was doing this all manually. I used to do hundreds of these manually per video. It was really quite the thing. So we've done a couple on him. We've got a couple on Robert. So then I would say XSEG train. So I'll do an XSEG training here. Okay, so I am getting that JSON schema error that I mentioned. Give me 1 second here. I will figure out how to fix that, and then we will make that fix. I forget exactly what to do, but I know how to find the information. 1 sec. All right, so supposedly this is the fix here. So let's verify. But so supposedly you go into the internal folder. It says run the Python console, and then type Python --m -pip install JSON schema. I'll have this information probably in the description of the video somewhere, but you can see again Python --m -pip install JSON schema. Okay, that's working. That's very quick. Like it's just downloading some dependency that for the MVE fork that doesn't come with the original vanilla version. So I can close that back out. Doesn't take very long. And I should be able to go back and do my XSEG train like I was talking about doing. Hey, neat. So you can pick whatever batch size you want here. Again, it's going to ask you for the GPU. Lets you change the settings if you hit enter within 2 seconds. You can see you want to restart the training. I would advise against it because that'll just screw up the files and you'll have to re-download the, or copy the 14 million ones back over. But I'll go ahead and run it at batch 16. But if you don't have enough VRAM in your GPU for some, actually if you don't have enough VRAM to run XSEG in your GPU, you're not gonna be able to train this model. But anyways, you can lower it if you need to. So I don't know why there's an XSEG pre-training mode. I don't know if anybody's ever done that. Oh, that's neat. It's claiming something is not a JPEG image. Or not a DFL image. Maybe it's because I deleted it and then undeleted it. It may have lost. That's possible. I don't know why it would have let me apply XSEG to it though. Which ones is it saying is? It's saying pretty much nothing is a Deepfacelab image. Face samples loader. I always seem to run into confusion with stuff, don't I? It looks like it's still doing it. I don't know why it's claiming something isn't a DFL image. Out of 340. I don't even have 340 total images. Oh, you know what it is? I'm sorry, I figured out what the problem is. it's looking at all these dumb ones in here. Yeah, it doesn't recognize these as Deepface Lab images, I guess, but that's why it's screwed up. It's got all these debug images in there that I forgot were still in there. So ignore that. Normally you won't get that message. That's my fault for putting those in there. That's why it's doing that. But you can hit, you can see how fast it learned. Now this is a very small face set, but you can see here a couple of things. So for one thing, I can hit the space key to kind of rotate between images of Robert, images of Elon, or kind of a morphed set of images of both people. I don't know the benefit of seeing that is, but whatever. And then if I hit the P key, it will advance, and you can kind of see it sort of improve itself over time. And you can also see this graph at the top. It starts high and it drops off. Lower is better in all these graphs. So the lower it gets, usually the better it is. You can see how tightly it is around, and it's done a nice job of pretty much delineating where the face is and where it starts and where it ends at his scalp, around his face, and to the beard. And with Elon, of course, he doesn't have the facial hair, but you see the same kind of general idea here. So that looks pretty good already. So it's done. I'll hit enter. Like I say, I need to go delete those debug images. I'll do that here in a second. So it's saving. And that should be about done. Okay. Not going real quick. Come on, come on, come on. I don't know what it is, but it seems like things take longer and longer to do. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of these. Now this is a good way to show you guys how to delete a bunch of images out of these at one time. Just type like underscore debug. Well, that's not going very fast either. It seems like it's not indexing very quickly. Why is that being so slow? So I got some of them. Try this again. Why is it so slow? I don't know if it's because I'm recording or something. It's very normally like they would just all populate in like a second. It's being really kind of pathetic about it. Jeez, this is not great. Tell you what, I'll be back here in a second. Maybe it'll speed up if I stop recording. All right, so I got all those debugged images out of there, so we don't have that nonsense anymore. So we can go look at, well, actually what we need to do is after you've trained XSEG, you have to apply the training to the source and destination faces. So I'll go ahead and do both of those. You can do both at the same time. It won't really fundamentally speed it up or slow it down too much as to how quickly it applies. So I'll go ahead and run both of these. Shouldn't take them long. They're very small amounts of images. Cool. Give this just a second. All right. So those are done applying. So at this point, I can go look at like my destination mask again if I wanted to make changes or didn't like how it looked. But this little button up here will let us view how good it looks. So you can see it's nicely delineated around him. I know this isn't a lot of images, but you know, it kept a nice form on that very well. So that's manual XSEGing. If you want to do it the generic way, first of all, I need to remove what I've got on these because otherwise we won't be able to see the difference. So there should be source mask remove. I'm going to go ahead and remove it just so I can do it with the generic way instead. All right, so that's done from the source. And then where's the destination one? There it is. Destination mask remove. Go ahead and do that. Now if I go look at it again, there shouldn't be a mask on there. You can see polygon, well, it's still there. Why is that still there? Like it took off the labels, but it's still applied, which is a little strange. It's supposed to... Huh. Well, that's sort of annoying. I guess what I'll do don't feel like that's working right because it's supposed to take those off. Let me see if it did the same thing on the source. That is strange. Because it was my understanding it would take off all the XSEG training and whatnot from that. Weird. Okay. Well, that's not really that important. What I'll do though is like I guess I can still apply XSEG generic to them if I wanted to, but what I'll do is I'll wait until we get to the SAEHD Faceset, and we'll do it with a generic instead, because I'm not going to manually try to do like 20,000-30,000 images, which is probably what we'll end up with. So source mask fetch. Another thing I have not played with is these fetch things. I don't really know what that does, and apparently I don't need it because I've never had to use it. Okay, so we've done all that stuff. XSEG training we've done. Exporting as a DFM file is for when you do a live model. We'll do that later, but basically after you train up your Deepface Live or your your model, you export what's called a DFM file, and it will allow you to use your model in Deepface Live instead of just Deepface Lab. There's one for SAEHD, which is what we'll be doing, and then AMP. I have not had the greatest of luck with AMP. AMP sometimes gives better results. It's kind of a experimental architecture from what I understand, that just I've had weird issues where almost every video, like the eyes do weird things. It doesn't like to learn teeth very well sometimes, or at least it's harder to get it to learn than it is with SAEHD. And so we're not going to mess with AMP. So AMP source, you know, again, we're not going to mess with AMP. Training AMP, this is all related to AMP models. A quick 96 model is for people who have very limited VRAM and want to do a 96 by 96 pixel model just to play around with the software. Again, I'm not going to use that, but that's what that's for. It has less options than Train SAEHD. Train SAEHD is what we will be using here in a little bit once we get our SAEHD Faceset made. But SAEHD training, there's a bunch of settings that we're going to screw with in that, and that'll have to explain what each one of them does. But basically, that is how you train the model and what tells the model files to compare, like your source person, like we've got Robert Downey, to your destination person, which is Elon. And slowly but surely over time, you know, it gets better and better, and then you can finalize it by overwriting one person's face with another. That's what the training program does. Merge AMP, merge Quick 96, merge SAEHD, all merge programs for the same concept, which is if you're using a video clip like we have currently with the Elon Musk video clip, you have to use a merger program, which I'll explain later when we actually do some kind of a video with Gigi. You can use the merge SAEHD application to basically go through and overwrite the person's face. There's like, it's kind of a long tedious process as well, just like everything else. Once you get good at it, you can do it in a couple minutes usually. Most of the time it's just waiting for processing time as opposed to like a lot of manual edits. It just depends on how complicated the video is though. Merge to AVI, merge to MOV lossless, MP4 lossless, or MP4 just lets you pick different types of video files. So after you've merged your video, like you've overwritten the person's face, you've still just got a bunch of individual images. The last step is to run this merge to AVI or MOV or whatever you want to do, and it will spit out an MPEG-4 or an MOV-4 file, but with the person's face replaced. Make CPU only, I believe that is to allow you, if you don't have a GPU, to run all these things on CPU. If that's your situation, I would not recommend going further. None of this stuff is going to happen quickly on a CPU. It would take you months and months to train some of the things you could do in probably a few days in a GPU. It may be a slight exaggeration, but CPU training is much, much slower. And then EBSynth really has nothing to do with Deepface Lab. It's like a separate application he included. There's a there's a YouTuber named Joel Haver. You may or may not have seen his channel. He does these little animation videos that lets you, you can use EBSynth, I guess, to some degree to make deepfakes, but I personally haven't ever needed it for anything I've done in Deepface Lab. But it lets you kind of apply, like you can use paint even, for example, and like draw over someone's face and then apply those changes to a bunch of other images in a sequence with EBSynth. but it's not really going to be part of our tutorial today. It has nothing to do with any of the things that I've been doing, so I'm not going to go further with that. So lots of information, lots of batch files. A lot of them you don't need or won't need very often, but they are there. So hopefully you kind of got some understanding of what some of the stuff does. What we're going to do next, like I say, is probably go ahead and start talking about how to build a face set for whatever celebrity or individual you want to use as your deepfake. Again, in this case, we had Elon and Robert. I'm going to go ahead and clean these folders out because I'm not going to use either of these guys for our actual work. So I'm going to delete everything that I had for Elon and for Robert. You can do a Control A to highlight everything and then just hit delete. And I'm going to delete these as well because I don't need those. I'm going to be making my own stuff for our purposes. You do not need to get rid of these, however. You'll still have your you'll have need of these when we do our own face set, which will be again like Gigi Hadid in this case, or whomever it is that you're going to use. So the next thing we're going to do, I guess, is go ahead and start with like I say, I'll show you guys kind of how to acquire the footage you want of different people, again in this case Gigi or whoever, and then how to strip all the images out of it, how to kind of make that as efficient as possible, and then how to get your faces out and do all the stuff we just kind of did again, which will be, you know, extracting the images, aligning the faces through the face set extraction, and then applying an XSEG mask through, we'll do a generic this time because it'll be much faster than trying to do manually with thousands and thousands of images. And then we'll train that out, and I'll kind of show you guys what that looks like. And then we'll start working on making a Deepface Live model with Gigi, after which I'll probably do some other kind of a video clip where I can put Gigi into a video like we had with Elon. So I'll be back here in a minute. We'll get started on that. Okay, so before we get started with creating the face set, which will then be used to create a Deepface Live model, one thing you need to do before you start training is to make sure your Windows Pagefile is set to like 100 gigs. So give me 1 second here. So you go to Windows Advanced, like go to Start menu, type Advanced. This is View Advanced System Settings. So go to that. It'll bring up the System Properties window. Go to the Advanced tab, and I believe it's Performance Hit Settings. Yeah. So go to Performance, hit Settings, then go to the Advanced tab, and it'll say virtual memory, a paging system file is the area of the hard disk Windows uses as if it were RAM. So change that value. The minimum value on here, and it doesn't matter what drive you put it on, but in my case, D drive is just an external drive, and G drive is my Google Drive. So I only have actually a C drive on this system, but you change it to a custom size. It'll normally be like system managed or something. Change it to the minimum value is 1.5 times your system memory. So I have 32 gigs, so 48, and the maximum should be 3 times your system memory, so 96 in my case. You hit set, hit OK, apply, and OK again, apply and OK. It'll make you reboot, or you'll need to reboot, and then you should be able to run. If you don't do that, excuse me, a lot of times when you try to run the SAEHD trainer or AMP or whatever you're doing, but it'll load up to a certain point and then it just won't proceed any further. It won't give you an error message, but it just won't go. Or sometimes it'll say memory error, in which case it also refers to the page file not being large enough. So that's the settings that I used. If it still doesn't work and you're getting one of those two problems, like I say, it either does not proceed or it says memory error, you can still go higher than that. That's just where it's supposed to be 1.5 to 3 times your RAM is supposed to be the range, but you can still go higher if you need to. So bear that in mind. Just wanted to get that out there before I continue on to the next section here, which is, as I said, creating a face set. So I mentioned earlier, one of the applications I use is 4K Video Downloader. Another one is JDownloader 2. I don't have that on this particular PC because I don't use it anymore, but it is a free one. Whereas 4K Video Downloader, it does cost, I think, like $10 or whatever, $5 or $10 for a lifetime license up to 3 PCs. So I like this program. It's fairly straightforward. You can see here, let's close that out, but Pretty basic interface. It says smart mode will let you choose, like if you want to, sorry, let me skip that for now. It says you can pick the video format, so you can say you want it to be an MPEG-4, MKV, but it really just depends on what it was uploaded to YouTube as. But for example, since MKV cannot be edited in Adobe Premiere, you can change it and say you just want to download it as an MP4. Then you don't have to worry about converting it to MP4 after you download it. It just comes that way. The downside is sometimes they'll be uploaded as an MKV at 4K, but if you switch it to MP4, you'll only get it in 1080p. So you may have to download the MKV anyway and convert it to a 4K, MP4 or something. So just whatever. But you can download as just the audio portion if you want in an MP3. There's a M4A or OGG. I don't know what OGG is, but those are all audio formats. So you can download the whole video, or you can just download the audio portion if it's like, if you just wanted to get, well, that's not really for this, but like if you're doing voice samples for like voice AI, then having the ability to download it as just audio is kind of nice, but that's another story. So the paste link, well, I don't have a link copied right now, but what'll happen is I made a list already of all these interviews and videos and stuff that Gigi Hadid appears in. So she's on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. She's on some Hollywood Access stuff. There's some different swimsuit things she was doing, etc. She's a model, so she appears in that kind of stuff. So anyways, I go ahead on YouTube and I just find videos that are, good 1080p or 4K quality. Sometimes 720p can look really quite good. So just kind of eyeball it and say, oh, I think this looks like this will be useful or not. Put together your selection of videos. I just bookmark all these by adding them to like a favorites list, a playlist. So you can see, like, I had Bruce Campbell on here, I had Vladimir Putin, stuff from The Wizard of Oz, just like different things that I think I might want to do at some point. Jason Momoa was on there. Emma Frost from, I was going to do something with her at one point. Dune. So just different stuff I've gone through and bookmarked for one reason or another. But if I'm going to build a face set, what I'll do is I'll take again and make one. Again, I named it Gigi Hadid, and I went ahead and bookmarked all of these underneath that. All I have to do is, for example, copy link address, go to 4K downloader, say paste the link. It'll ask you if you want to download the playlist. When it's part of a playlist, it errors out when you do that. So you can't just tell it to download the whole list at once. Just I've not figured out how to get that to work. Maybe that works if I do this. Let's try that for fun. Nope, that didn't work. So anyways, copy a link address, paste it into the 4K downloader. Say you just want to download the clip. And as you can see, it very quickly has downloaded a 1080p MKV of about 2 minutes of Gigi Hadid doing her runway walk, apparently, whatever that might be about. But then you can go look for it in the folder that you've told it to save it to, and you gather up a bunch of clips. So, excuse me, I've already done all this ahead of time for Gigi, so I don't need to do this again. But that's how I acquire a lot of different stuff pretty quickly. Like I say, for a lot of celebrities, they all do interviews all the freaking time. Like Bruce Campbell, just as an example, that I did hear a video recently. I didn't have to do that in many of them, but again, he showed up on the Stephen Colbert show. He was on Conan, and just asked me anything, different kind of stuff. But some of the quality on these is really quite good. So you can get pretty much anything about any celebrity on YouTube. And then if you want to still rip movies or whatever, that's another option. If you have, a Blu-ray or a 4K Blu-ray disc and you want to rip that and get images that way, that's another story. But this is a really fast and easy way to get good quality, if not necessarily the quote-unquote best quality, to make a face set. So, where did I put that at? I think I have her in here. See, so I already saved all my Gigi Hadid videos that I downloaded. And I believe, they're in MKV format, aren't they? Well, that was stupid. Thought I'd converted these already. Well, okay. So what I'm going to do, and I'll do this off camera because it's going to take too long, but I'm going to load these up into my Handbrake application and turn them into MP4s. The reason I want to do that is because I want to edit them in Adobe Premiere to get everybody but Gigi out of the picture. And that doesn't take that long to do it. It's a little tedious, but most of them, they're not that difficult. Hold on, my cat's talking to me. So I'll be back in a minute here. I got to convert these to MPEG-4s with Handbrake, which, like I say, you can pretty much just load in. You can do a batch scan, load in a whole folder, which is what I'm going to do. You know, just tell it do one of these, select that, and it's going to pick them all up. I can just tell it to turn them all into MPEG-4s, which will take a while to process and then spit that back out. Once that's done, I'll be right back here and we can go ahead and I can show you kind of how to edit it in Adobe or your video editing software to just keep the person that you want. And then after you're done, you can move on to extracting the faces out of this stuff. So I'll be back in a minute. All right, that should be done. So I made a different folder named GGMP4. I just named them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way up through 16. And now the same files are MPEG-4 files. Well, I don't want to get anything like a copyright strike. I don't know if this was from, but you get the idea. So next thing I'm going to do is grab that file location. And I'm going to open up Adobe. Excuse me. Adobe Premiere Pro. Start a new project. Just call it GG Faceset, whatever. And I'm going to tell it I would like to import all this good stuff. So this is a little, like I say, tedious if you want to use that word, or kind of just takes a while to go through and do some of this stuff, but it is kind of the way to do it. You don't have to do this. You could just have it go through and get whatever faces out of this you want. It is nice when you can just find interviews where, like, she's the only person on the screen all the time, and you know nobody else is ever a problem. I don't need any audio here. I just need the images. So I'm just going to mute it so we don't hear a bunch of audio popping out. But for those of you who don't have much experience with video editing, this is like your timeline. You can drag different elements onto the timeline and mess around with it. So I think this is some kind of makeup thing she did. So I'm going to try and chop out anything that she's not in it. That's not really good quality. That's got a bunch of digital noise. So I'm going to cut out to that point and just connect them up. And you can kind of see more of that stupid grainy footage, which might be all right, really. I don't know, to have a little bit of that, but that's all right. So she's talking about some kind of band-aids. Apparently, I really don't care what she's talking about in this so much as part of this. Part of a problem you'll encounter is look how much hair she has. It kind of covers the side of her face a bit. So just deleting out the stuff I don't think will be particularly valuable. She's not super close to the screen in this either. I'd like to get some closer up shots than this, but the quality is not bad. So anyways, I don't want to keep too much motion from this on the screen. I don't want to be dinged for some kind of a copyright strike. This does belong to Vogue apparently, so whatever. So you get the idea. Basically, I go through each one of these clips, I piece them all together, and just get to the point where it's only GG as much as possible in each frame of video. So when I go to extract everything out of it later, it's not pulling a bunch of people out of the frame that aren't GG, and then I have to go back and delete those or deal with bad alignments and so forth. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and kill it here while I go through and edit this out, and I'll show you guys when I get done kind of what the finalized product looks like. So I'll be back in a minute. All right, so I've got enough to work with here. I haven't used 100% of the footage, but I've used most of it. I kind of went back and looked at a couple of them and didn't think that they were maybe as good as I thought, or maybe she had like a bunch of makeup on it, made it look too different than the other stuff that I had. But it's like 12.5 minutes worth of footage. That's more than substantially enough usually. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to export it into my workspace folder. So I'm going to grab, well, if I can figure out how to click on that, wouldn't that be good? All right, grab that. Tell it I want to export it. Put it here. We'll just call this GG. Doesn't really matter. Excuse me. And we'll let it run at 1080p, which is what it was. Max depth, max render quality. High as this will go, I think, is like 62.5. Yep. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and export, which is, it says, is gonna take a couple minutes. So when that's done exporting, we can kind of look over the file, but basically that should give us enough to work with to start our face set. So give me 1 second, I'll be right back. All right, that should be done exporting. Let's go have a look and see what we've got. So sure enough, we've got our GG file, 12.5 minutes. I'm gonna close out my Adobe program. I can always go back and add more to this later if I want, but this is a good start. So I'm gonna rename that file, as we talked about earlier. This has to be for the source imagery, it needs to be data _src. You can just kind of see real quick. I used some of this, like I just scooted over, so like the other person's just out of the picture. Some of it, it's just her looking at the screen the whole time. It's pretty easy to use. Here there was she was being interviewed by a young gal. I just scooted her off the side, so you pretty much just get Gigi in any of this, and don't have to worry about there being other people in it. That way I don't have to eliminate other people from the file later. So I'm going to extract the images again from using extract images for our data source, just like we did before in PNG. This is going to go a lot longer than the other one did, because the other one was like a couple hundred images, and this is 12.5 minutes. So I'll give it a minute. This is probably, I don't know, like 25,000 images, something like that. So we'll find out when we get back here in just a sec. All right, so that's extracted out. It was a little less than I thought. It's 18,005, but that's a fair number. I thought it was closer to 20, but whatever. Mental math. So you can see we've got a nice big folder full of source images. It's like some of this got her head cut off here, so I'm just going to go ahead and delete those. Not that it really matters. They wouldn't be detected anyway, but just get them out of the folder. So anyways, you get the general idea. I've got a large selection of images. She's kind of making different facial expressions, talking to the camera, being sort of goofy, all the way down to the end. Got some side profiles. You kind of want that to catch them talking in different directions, like I say, turning their head around, kind of making facial expressions and whatnot. So next thing up is to go ahead and extract our source images. So source face extract. Definitely not going to manually do 18,000 images. So as I said, whole face, 512, 100 quality. I don't need debug images for this. I can usually tell by looking at images if they're bad or not, at least for source stuff. So after deleting those few, we ended up with 17,971. This will probably take it a while. Now it's going to start off and say like a couple hours. As it picks up speed here, it'll probably take it an hour, hour and a half at least. Something like that. We'll see. This goes, like I say, quite a bit faster if you have dual GPUs, but that is you know, an expensive and high power usage system to run that way. So, you know, and obviously costs more just to own a couple cards. So anyways, it is running. I'm going to let it run, and when we're done, we will see what we got. But like real quick here, you can see we're starting to get some nice images of Gigi Hadid to use for our deepfake. Now, these aren't like the most high quality images out there, but they're pretty good quality. We don't have to go nuts for this. So 193 down, still about 18,000 to go. So I'll be back here. It says it's about an hour and 40 minutes. So somewhere around an hour and a half, it'll be done, and we can look at XSEGing with generic, and then get started on training it against the RTM Faceset, which I'll show you guys what that means and what that involves. But we'll train it against the RTM Faceset, which is already XSEG, so we don't need to XSEG that at least. And start working on seeing what our model will look like here maybe the next day or two. So I'll be back when this is done extracting. Okie dokie, we've done our extractions, and we've got some extra images in here that are probably not going to be all that good. Like for one thing, some of these she's got her hand in front of her face, which I should try to get rid of that stuff. But also there's just, excuse me, some bad alignments that I saw. Like here and here, they're just false positives where it detects something that for some reason isn't her face, but it picks it up anyway and thinks that it is a face. And so you just got to delete those out. Do _1, and it will pick up usually the false positives. For some reason it's okay. The rest of these are normal, but you see anything with an _1 after it, other than this one here, looks to be fine. But most of these are janky. So we're going to get rid of those and these. And I know there's still quite a few more in here that are not good. So some of these it picked up the _0 first, like the primary it thought was her, or something, you know, it thought was a person, and the second one ends up being correct. So sometimes you have to do it the other way around and do an _0 search, but I'll just kind of scroll through it here. Shouldn't take too long to get rid of most of this stuff. Here's one over here. Here she's got her hand in front of her face again. I usually, like I say, I don't go too crazy out of my way, but I will sometimes go through and delete a bunch of that stuff out. I don't know why I didn't detect those. Here she's got her hand in front of her face with some kind of a gift card or something she's holding up. Makeup product, I don't know. Here she's got like a wand thing, lipstick thing, I don't know what it is. Blush, whatever the heck. Some kind of makeup. More stuff through here. Stuff like this is nice to get where they're winking. You'd be surprised sometimes how hard it is to find a picture of someone winking, and if you don't have a picture of them doing it, then they can't wink. I don't know why I didn't pick some of this up. Let me run this again. It's weird because earlier it was taking a while for it to detect. Yeah, see, there's still stuff in here. It's like it's not indexing those bad images very quickly for some reason. Scroll back down here again. I know this is kind of tedious. Like I say, everything about this is a little bit tedious, but once you have the Faceset made and get everything up and going, like unless you want to make do another person, you can pretty much not have to screw with a lot of this stuff again for a while. And for some reason, like I say, it's not indexing these when I search for them. Windows is weird. Jeez, quite a bit of this stuff. In fact, she's got like something in front of her face here too. I think it's like string or something she was playing around with. Headphones maybe. So I'm gonna get that stuff out of there. Okay, moving down here. This should all be pretty good. I don't think she was really doing much here. It's just her straight up talking to the camera. That hand in front of the face caused it to lose track of her. That's why this is a bad alignment. You can see it shows it sideways. So I'm going to get all this stuff with her hand on her face out of the way. Let's see. I don't want to bore you guys too much with this. You get the general idea. As you go through afterwards and you clean up, all the quote-unquote bad aligned images that aren't going to be useful by looking for stuff that's turned in the wrong direction, that has, see, this stuff's obviously bad. In fact, some of these, you can even see where like it'll pick up the same person twice in the same image. 7707 is in there twice, but there's an _0 and an _1. I'm going to delete the _1. I don't quite know why it does that. It's like it's detecting something behind her as her face, I think, and her as her face. So you get some weird results sometimes. Let's see, get that out. So anyways, that's a little blurry. Black and white is okay also, as long as you don't do like a crazy amount of it, because the color transfer mode settings, when you start training, it'll figure it out and utilize it properly anyway. But if you had all black and white, I suspect that would not be good. So give me a minute. I'm going to go through the rest of these, and then we'll go ahead and we'll start XSEGing this. So I'll be right back. Okay, so I've got everything weeded out. There's no more BS images in there that I can tell. Everything is looking pretty well good to go. So the next thing I'm going to do is go back to our main folder and tell it I want to generic XSEG. So it's XSEG generic data source whole phase mask apply, which is a long name. And tell it what GPU you want to use, which in this case, of course, is the RTX 4090. This will take a little while just to even apply this. As you can see, it's probably going to take it about 5-6 minutes just to apply the mask, and then we have to train it after that, although the training will be very short. That's why we have those 14 mil XSEG files that we put in the model folder, but at least this portion of it, I mean, this is still way faster than trying to go through and manually do this. But anyways, that'll take about 5-6 minutes. I'm gonna let that run, and then after this, we will start training it. So give me 1 sec. All right, so that's done applying. So I'll go ahead and close that out. And the next thing I want to do is go ahead and do XSEG training, which will just be for our source material since we don't have any kind of destination material yet. Like I say, that'll be our RTM Faceset that we'll use, which we don't need to XSEG. I'm gonna let that load up. It shouldn't take too long for it to actually run, and even loading it isn't taking too long by the looks of things. But I'm not going to make you sit here and wait through this, so I'll pick it up here in a second when this is done loading. Okay, now we're up and running on this. So like we did before, if I hit the space bar, well, hold on. Okay, so something else I have to point out. When you have a large iteration count model like this, you see how big the graph is, it's all smashed together. It'll be very slow in terms of like when you hit the P key to see the next iteration. But if you hit L, it will expand out the graph, as you can see. And then I can hit P, and it doesn't have that problem. It's something to do with the fact that that graph is so big that it seems like it lags it for some reason. But if you hit L to expand the graph, then you can hit P and see how it's going. You can see it already looks pretty good, even though the graph hasn't fully come down yet. You can see that it's doing a good job of outlining her face. So what I'm going to do is I'll give this like a few minutes, and I'll come right back here, and it should be done, because it looks like it's already, like I said, it already looks pretty well knocked out. So I'll be right back. Okie dokie, so been going for just a few minutes, and you can see the graph is starting to level off pretty good. And I think I'm pretty much gonna go ahead and kill it. But I could I could let it go for a while longer. There's like a little bit of fuzz here and there, like where it's picking up between hair. We'd just as soon not have her hair right in her face. That's one problem that can make it difficult to do models of women or just people with long hair in general. But yeah, it ends up being kind of an issue when their bangs or whatever are over the forehead, or she's got like kind of long hair and it's covering up one of her eyes or something. If that's a prevalent feature, that can be kind of an issue. But I'll go ahead and kill this by hitting enter to stop and save the task. That should just take a second, sometimes a few seconds. All right, so that is now finished. It really hangs after it says done for a little while sometimes. I don't understand quite why it's slacking. Okay, so after that we need to do data source train mask apply to apply the training that we just did, because otherwise it doesn't actually do anything. So that again will probably take roughly 5 to 6 minutes, like it did when I was first applying the generic XSEG. You can see it's going yeah, about the same speed, about 4 or 5 minutes. So I'll come back when that's finished. All right, so that is completed with its application of the XSEG mask. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter or whatever to close that out. And so next up, I can either pack the source or I can sort it. I guess I'll go ahead and sort it just to show you guys with, I know I kind of did that before, but it was a small face set. So I'm going to set that up and let that sort. That also will take a couple minutes, but not too bad. It's going pretty quickly. So when that's done, I can show you what a sorted face set looks like. Then we will pack the face set, and then we will start training our model pretty much. So one moment. Alrighty, so we've got that done sorting. I'll show you guys what that looks like. So the aligned source folder, as you can see now, it starts with her looking off to our left, and slowly we kind of can rotate through this, and she'll start kind of turning her face towards the center. I got quite a few of her looking to the left. And you can see it's kind of turning, and she's looking more towards the camera. Got some of her looking up, some of her looking down. It's all good stuff. And I'll scroll down to the end here, and you can kind of see at the end, she's looking in the other direction. So, next thing is to pack this into a face set. So, where is this? Data source utility Faceset.pak. So let's run that. It shouldn't take very long. It says you can do a pack or a zip file. I don't know if it can actually read zip files or if that's just for other purposes, but I use a pack file. PAK file. Should not take it but about 30 seconds for it to go ahead and do its thing. And then it's going to ask us if we want to delete like the loose images. So all these images in here will disappear and they'll just be put into that archive file. If you tell it no, then you'll have both in there, but no real purpose in that. So almost done. Once that's finished, we'll move on and we'll start training our model pretty much, which is cool. I wanted to get that going tonight because it seems like I've been kind of languishing on this a little bit. So, delete original files, I'll say yes, which it goes through very quickly. And now all I have in the align folder is this little Faceset.pak file that Windows doesn't recognize. In this particular case, it's about 1.7 gigs, but it just varies on how many images you have in there, of course. So, next thing up is to put the RT. Okay, so we got to do two different things here. One second. Let me find those files again. I closed that window earlier. I downloaded them already, but you will need the RTT model files. In this case, these ones right here. So I'm going to put these in my model folder. Should not take very long. All right, so we've got our RTT model files. Starts at iteration number 1, 224 resolution, whole face. Let's see, model architecture is LIAEUDT. Dimensions are 512, 64, 64, 32. Eye and mouth prio false. See, now he trains it a little bit differently than I'm going to do. So these are the settings he used when he pre-trained it. So I am going to go ahead and show you guys what I want to do, because I'm not going to do what other people want to do. And the other thing I need to do is put in, I can either use, like I say, the full RTM face set that was made by, I believe, the developer Iparov made it. It might have been, there's another guy in Discord named Chernovich. I think he might have had something to do with making it as well. I'm not sure who is responsible, but either or, I will go ahead and use mine. It's because it'll take less time. But this is my face set, which again is about 20,000 images. So I'm going to go ahead and move that over there. So this is the data DST folder. So just so you know, just to recap, the sources Faceset.pak of Gigi Hadid. Destination is RTM Faceset or my mini RTM Faceset, either or. The mini RTM is about 4 gigs. The full RTM is about 9 gigs. Although it's a lot more images. It's like 100,000. And then in the model folder, you will have copied over the folder, the files from the RTT model 224 V2. That's been pre-trained 10 million iterations. So, next thing up, we'll be going over the SAEHD training settings and what each one of those things do. So give me 1 second, we'll get started on that. All right, so what we're going to do now is train SAEHD. and it's just called new. That's what he named it. If you want to change the name of the model, you can go into the model folder and rename all these, like the prefix on all these, to something else, from new to something else, whatever you want to call it. But I'm just gonna leave it as new. Doesn't hurt anything. So you hit enter and pick your GPU again, and then we're gonna change the settings. So I'm gonna try to go through and explain most of these settings. Some of them I don't use. Some of them I don't really understand their purpose, in the sense that I've tried them in the past and like they just give bad results or don't do anything useful. So some of them I don't use. But, and other people in the comments, if you have, you know, another opinion, or you can tell me what I should be doing with some of this stuff, then fine. But I haven't needed them, or I found that they didn't do anything of value. So auto backup every hour, I'll just leave that at default. Does up to 24 backups. Write preview history, that's optional. That just shows like every X number of iterations. I think it like puts a screenshot of like the training window into the model folder in like a backup folder, so you can kind of see how it's progressing or changing over time. I'm not going to mess with that. Samples to preview. The more you do, the smaller the window gets. I usually do like 2 or 3. I'll set it to 3. Old preview panel. Okay, so this is one of the settings that's changed with the MVE fork. That's why we're using it. If you say yes, the preview panel will not show certain information, which I'll demonstrate when we get into it. But like the new preview panel shows you what images, like the number associated with each image being trained. So if there's a problem with one of them, you can go find it and delete it or fix it or whatever, as opposed to not knowing what image it was and then just searching fruitlessly through thousands of images to find it. So we'll say, you know, no to the old preview. Iteration count, I don't care what the iterations are anymore, but 0 means it'll just train until I stop it. So I'll leave it at 0. Retrain high loss samples, that's another MVE option. I haven't found that it really does anything valuable, so I'll leave that off. Flip source randomly, that's optional. If the person has an obvious like facial blemish on one side or the other, I would leave it off, because it'll just start getting kind of cloned back and forth. Like if they have a birthmark or a mole. With Bruce Campbell, he's got like a scar on his chin, so then it would be on the other side and keep flipping back and forth and doing weird things if you use source flip. I don't notice anything like that on Gigi, so I'm going to go ahead and enable it. What it does is it kind of like virtually doubles the number of images you have in your source training, because it'll have like one where she's looking to the left, and it'll make a virtual clone of her facing the opposite side. It just flips the image. And so that can be useful if you can't find a bunch of images of her looking in one direction, but you got a bunch of her looking in the other direction. It'll create virtual copies, and you get basically the effect of her looking both ways. So I will say yes to that. Destination flip is optional. It does help it learn more for live models. I guess I'll leave it on. Sometimes I shut that off too, but I'll leave it on. It does the same thing as source flip, but for destination learning, it's kind of nice because it teaches your model more things. Like, again, it teaches it basically twice the amount of data. So we'll leave that on. Batch size. So there's a lot of questions about batch size. I know what it's supposed to do, in the sense that like the higher you set it, the more faces it compares per iteration of training, which is why I've always said, another reason why I've said iterations are meaningless, because you could train at batch 2 or 16 and get kind of different results, despite the fact that when you reach the same iteration count. So like 1,000,000 iterations at batch 2 takes way less time than 1,000,000 iterations at batch 16, and yet it'll still say 1,000,000 iterations. So you're getting different results for iteration count, ergo iterations are meaningless. 4 seems to be an actually really good number. It trains really, you know, at a high iteration speed, but it still seems to do a good job. And so I'm using 4. This is suggested to me by one of the guys in Discord, goes by No Face, and he seems to be pretty talented guy. I've been using it. I like it. Floating point 16 is doesn't work. It is broken and it will destroy your model, from what I understand, so leave it off. It's like a beta feature that they didn't get working. Max CPU cores, just leave it at whatever the default is. Mask training, yes. Mask training uses your XSEG mask. Without that, it will not use the XSEG mask, and it will not properly learn what is inside the delineated area, and it can screw it all up. So leave that on. Eye priority, leave that off. If you turn it on, when the person blinks, the face will morph and kind of flicker, for lack of a better way of putting it. So eye prio off, mouth prio off. The only reason to turn on mouth priority is if the person's teeth are having a hard time getting learned by the program, and that only happens if it's somebody like, for example, Patrick Stewart. The way he speaks, you almost never see his upper teeth. You almost always only see his lower teeth, and so it can be kind of a problem if it won't learn both upper and lower. You'll just get like this white bar where the teeth should be. So you may need to use mouth priority to force it to more closely scrutinize the mouth and more quickly learn the teeth, but typically it's not needed. So I'm leaving it off. Uniform distribution of samples. You only need that if you don't have a large selection of side profile images of the person. If you don't have anything where they're looking off the left or the right, or very little, you need that setting. I have a lot in this face set, so I'm gonna leave it off. Blur out mask makes it blur the face better into the other person, so leave that on. Okay, so models and optimizer on GPU. If your GPU has a fairly low amount of VRAM, like I say low, but like 8 gigabytes, this is I think I mentioned earlier where people with 8 gig cards will struggle to train this particular model. But I think if you shut this off and set it to N, it runs it on CPU instead of GPU and uses your system RAM instead of your video memory, and thus you're able to enable more settings or at least train the model without running out of memory. The downside is it will train slower. So if you have the VRAM for it, which I do, I'm going to leave it on. If you don't, you can shut it off and train at a slower pace but still complete your mission. So Ada Belief Optimizer, I've been using it lately. I found that I don't know if it really does much of anything. It's hard to kind of say because I've tried it both ways. It says accuracy and generalization of the model is higher, so it should theoretically look better and learn more facial expressions and whatnot. As long as you have the VRAM, go ahead and turn it on. If you don't, I found that models still work pretty much the same with it off, but I'll go ahead and use it because I have the VRAM to spare. Learning rate dropout, I'm starting with that off. We'll turn that on later. That is a setting that slows down how fast it learns but starts to sharpen the image. I don't want that on. You can also run that on CPU. As you can see, it mentions yes, no, or CPU. CPU again will allow you to run that by taking it away from the GPU and running it on your processor, along with using VRAM, freeing up VRAM. So if you have to, you can enable that, and thus again, it'll be slower, but you can at least run it. So shutting that off. This is another feature from the MVE Fork. It is a required feature for today's for the method I'm going to teach you guys today for training. We start with it in SSIM. Later we will change it to MS-SSIM. I don't fully understand loss functions or how they work, but this is just the order I've been given to do it. I understand when to enable it and what it's going to do, but from a technical standpoint, I don't know what it means. So anyways, leave that on. This is another method that lets you turn down how fast it learns. It's kind of a slow way to dial it in, and we will be using that also as a required portion of the new training method that I'll be teaching you guys. We start with it at 5E05. Later we will be reducing that number, but for starters, we'll leave it there. Random warp we leave on. That is kind of like the learning phase. Without random warp on, it does learn, but it doesn't learn as fast. We want to start with that on. Later we'll shut it off, and we'll be doing some different things with different settings, but we'll start with that on. Random HSV power, to my understanding, that's supposed to help it kind of learn like colors and lighting a little bit better, it says, but then it makes color transfer modes work more poorly. And I want to use a color transfer mode as part of the method I've been using, so I'm going to leave that off. Downsample, this is another MVE Fork setting that I don't use. I'm not really sure the benefits of some of these, honestly. Like, it randomly downsamples the images to like a lower resolution. I don't know if there's any benefit to that. Random noise added to samples, I leave that off. Kind of another, not sure of the benefit. Random blur of samples, again. And random JPEG compression, leave that off. Random shadows and highlights, I have tested that. It makes things look worse. It puts like shadows across the face in the training window in various random ways, but they're not like small shadows. They're like these big blocky things that don't really, it's not beneficial, and it ends up looking really bad in the long run if you use it. So leave that off. GAN power we will enable at the end, but we don't need it now. Leave that off. Background power makes your model
look more like the destination than the source, which we don't want. I'm not sure why some of these settings are even in here, but apparently like they were created with good intention, and I think some of them just had bad side effects. The bad side effect of background power is that it causes it to lose some of the likeness of your source character. In this case, we want it to look like Gigi. It might look more like the person we're trying to put her on instead. We don't want that. So we'll leave it off. Face style power, never got that to work right. Doesn't do anything but cause the model to collapse or otherwise. Supposedly, I think it helps it keep the source likeness, but with it, I don't know. I must not be using it right, but I don't know anybody who uses it. I leave it off. Background style power is like, I don't know why, but in the MVE fork, they added like a second background power. So they had background power and background style power. As far as I know, they both do literally the same thing. So we'll leave that off as well. Color transfer mode. So you've got a bunch of different options in here. The two that I would most likely, well, three would be like RCT, MKL, or FSAEHD. FSAEHD was added with the MVE fork. We're going to use that. This kind of allows it, so like even if your model, or your Faceset, excuse me, doesn't have like a lot of variations in like shadow, light, color, and things like that. Like you don't have her with a red light cast on her face or a blue light cast on her face. This will simulate that anyway, and so it will still work even though you don't have that as an actual part of your image library. So we're going to enable that, and FSAEHD is the one we've been using. And random color will actually create like virtual random colored images specifically. You'll see what it looks like here in a minute. But I'm going to go ahead and enable that. Gradient clipping, yes, that helps prevent the model from collapsing. And pre-training is done before you start doing what we're doing now. That is why this model has 10 million iterations of pre-training, but we are not going to do that because it's already completed. That's why we're using this model. Leave that off. So that should take it in just a moment, barring anything weird happening. I'm interested to see how this is going to do because I haven't done it on at 224 for a while. And you see how fast it's loading these packed faces? If they were not packed, that would have taken a couple minutes to load. Look how fast that loaded instead of having us wait. So now you can see, just as an example, some of these are green, some of them are kind of reddish, bluish, etc. And yeah, that trains pretty fast. So the same commands here kind of apply as in the XSEG training window. You can hit P to kind of quickly look through and see how it's doing. So this on the left is like your source image. This is our destination image. This here is how well it has learned the source image. This is how well it has learned the destination image. And then this is how well it learns, or like the predicted outcome of this person overlaid onto this person. So you can also see what it will look like kind of in a more masked size and how well your XSEG mask is doing. But yeah, I mean, it'll take it a while. Again, we're starting from scratch, although it is a pre-trained model. It'll probably take it, overnight or something. But look how quickly it's learned the destination stuff. It'll probably get there in a few hours here, probably overnight, and then in the morning I can enable the next setting. So, like I said, right now we're training in random warp with that on at batch 4, FSAEHD color transfer mode, and the random color is turned on. Once we get to, like I say, the next step is what we'll do is we'll shut off random warp. But we're going to let that go for a while before we do that. So I'm going to let Gigi train overnight. It is 11 p.m. right now, Eastern Standard Time on Saturday night. I'm going to goof around a little bit before I go to bed. And in the morning, we'll see how it's doing. But I suspect as fast as this is training, that is a very fast iteration time. Right at 150 milliseconds. I'm pretty spoiled with the RTX 4090. If you try this with like something like just say an RTX 2070 or something, you will see that there is a difference. But anyways, appreciate you guys watching. I will be back in the morning and we'll see how it's going at that time. All right, have a good night. All right, so it's like 11:30, but I just wanted to drop back in real quick and show you guys kind of where the progress is at and kind of explain one of the things that we're going to be doing, which is called looking at loss values. So the graphs at the top here represent loss values, but by looking at them, I mean, over time, it's difficult to say what has really happened. I mean, it started high and it's coming down lower, but it's difficult to look at that and say what the loss is really at. Or after a while, it'll get to the point where it's hard to tell if it's really moving much. So what you need to do is you need to watch these numbers down here. So what do these different numbers mean? This is when it's saved. So like every 25 minutes it auto saves. So it first saved about 10,000 iterations. I'm on 11,000 something now. But anyway, so time you start the time it saved, the number of iterations that it had been training at the time that it saved, the average training speed per iteration. So these last two numbers here are loss values. So as you can see, they're constantly changing, but after each autosave, you'll see that like the average is what you're getting here, and it should keep going down over time. And when you get to the point where that number stops going down, like the average doesn't really decrease, it'll kind of fluctuate up and down, but basically you'll get to the point where maybe it's only changing in single digits, like at the like the final digit, like 0.0001 up or down, or it'll go up and down maybe by 0.0005 or something, but it'll get to the point where it kind of flops up and down and isn't really going down much more, if at all. And at that point is when you would change your settings to go on to the next setting. So in this case, whenever it stops going down, which will probably be sometime tomorrow, because we're training pretty quick here. You can see you can already see how Gigi looks pretty reliably on these other people. The likeness is already getting there. But usually these numbers in the end, I'll have them around like 0.03 to 0.07. That's a pretty good number. Anything less than that should be quite good and quite sharp. But anyways, the loss value will go down until it stops going down, at which point I'm going to shut off random warp, train it again for a while, and then kind of repeat that process. Each new setting, you wait for the loss value to stop going down, and then you go on to the next setting. So I just want to show you guys where we're at. This is, again, it's about 11:30, so it's only been training for a little over half an hour, and it's at about 12,000 iterations, and already is starting to take on, her likeness pretty well, but it'll still be a while before this is where we want it. So anyways, that's it for tonight. Just thought I'd show you guys a little bit of information. Be right back, or see you in the morning. All right, it is Sunday morning, about 9:15 a.m. It actually did like 250,000 iterations overnight because it's training at batch 4. It goes pretty speedily, but you can see getting pretty good likeness. Like I noticed earlier last night, and I'm trying to see right now, is she appears to be one of these people like I was talking about, where her bottom teeth, you don't see them too much. And if that's the case, it's a little hard to tell from these images, but I don't think it's learning bottom teeth very well. Like, it's kind of hard to say, but this kind of looks like just a white smear on the bottom as opposed to showing any definition on the teeth, which is not cool. I might have to switch over. One thing I didn't mention at the beginning, but I've talked about on my channel before, is I did a different tutorial on it, is running what I call like a tooth trainer, which is just like it's like 700 images or something of just showing pictures of people's with their teeth open, their mouth open, and showing their teeth in different ways, and that usually will help your model learn teeth over time. See, like, it didn't learn Arnold's bottom teeth, even though they've been shown. Now, on the other hand, if you look at the loss values, they're still going down pretty good. Like, the destination is not fully learned yet, so like you can watch the averages drop. Like last night we started off, it was like 0.6 and about 0.6 on both, and right now the source is down to 0.2070, and the on the destination it's still 0.3385. And so it's actually a little bit weird too, because usually I find that it learns destination images faster. I think that's because I'm so used to reusing my model files over and over again that it probably learns, on my normal stuff, it learns those a little bit faster. But it's just kind of interesting that it's again taking longer to pick up the destination stuff, the mini RTM Faceset. That said, I still think it's got a little while to go before I can determine if I need to switch this over to the tooth trainer. If I do, and I'll make that available anyway. It's already on my Google Drive, so I can give you guys a link to that. But the tooth trainer is just, like I say, it's a bunch of pictures of mostly Arnold Schwarzenegger making like his crazy crazy faces that show his teeth off. And if you are having a problem getting your model to learn teeth because of the issues like I mentioned, where some people, the way that they smile, it's like, you never see, they're just like this, like you always see the upper teeth. It's just the way that they've developed their personality, or the way that they were taught to smile, or the way that they naturally do it, or whatever it is. But yeah, like you can see here, this, I have the tooth trainer in this, but because there's such a large smattering of images, it's not like it gets to see them that often. That's kind of one of the deals. Like, the bigger the face set, the less often it lands in any particular image. So if you have a smaller face set, it will just be forced to look at those images over and over and over and over again and get there faster. So you can see, like, it hasn't learned the details on Arnold's teeth either, which is, I think, because the destination is not that well learned yet. Which is, again, you can tell by the loss value still coming down fairly rapidly. So I think later today, if the destination teeth have been learned pretty well and it's still not showing detail on hers, then I'll probably have to switch over and just use the tooth trainer. If not, then we'll probably be fine. But it's training, like I say, at a pretty rapid pace in terms of raw speed. It looks good other than the bottom teeth. And I've had that problem on many people, unfortunately. Just like I said, the way they talk. See, here's another one. You can see Arnold's teeth are not really defined either, and so thus hers are not. But I think once it finally gets the destination stuff fully learned and detailed up, then we should probably be able to see more of what we want. So just wanted to check in on it in the morning. Like I say, once I see that this is starting to get the detail I want, and hopefully that translates to showing her teeth, I will then stop it and I'll change the setting to shutting off random warp. So, but source loss values are already getting pretty good. Like I say, it's at 0.2 or below is already starting to get some pretty decent detail. Especially one thing that creates loss value is enabling the color transfer modes and the random color. Like, they add their own, it changes the calculation for the loss value. So even though it'll say 0.2, if I shut those off, it would drop immediately to like probably 0.12 or something. But then we would lose the ability that it provides, which we want it to do what it's supposed to be doing. So turning on certain things, like I mentioned, like eye prio and mouth prio, there's really usually no reason to use those, especially not eye prio. But they make the loss value go up. But again, it's just calculating it differently. So when you shut them back off, the loss value just plummets back off again. So yeah, not too bad. Like I say, it's just the this is actually a pretty decent face set in terms of like all the angles being covered, because I've noticed some of them where like Arnold is doing like the like this. It's like it still has that angle covered. It's hard to sometimes find people doing things like that. Some people, it's just, they don't move around a lot when they talk or whatever. They're not very animated, and so it can be difficult to find them making sort of extreme facial expressions. But she seems to be a pretty I think the term is ebullient, but she's kind of bubbly, and so she's always kind of jockeying around a little bit. So anyways, I'll be back a little bit later. I'm gonna, like I said, let this continue to go, and hopefully once the loss value on the destination starts to sort of simmer down and we can see more detail on some of it, it will result in the teeth on the bottom getting figured out. But if not, I will load up the tooth trainer and show you guys what that looks like and train it on that for a little while, and hopefully that'll correct it. And then I have to come back to this, and it'll sort of have to start it over again, but it'll learn it faster. Like, it'll kind of forget it, but it'll pick it back up much faster than the first time it learned it. So, within a few hours or whatever, it should return back to where it is now, or better. I just, like I say, but with the teeth learned. So anyways, I'll be back here in a little bit later. Just wanted to check in. So it's like 11:30 now, and you can still see that the loss values are dropping off. It's about 0.3 to 3. So it's still coming down at a pretty decent pace. What I'm going to do, because it's hard to tell, this is one of the reasons why I usually only use like 2 in the preview. I'm going to save it, hit enter, and it'll save and stop. But I want to switch from 3 preview to 2 preview because it'll make the images larger. I want to be able to see her teeth a bit better. It's kind of hard to tell what I'm looking at the moment. So I'm going to go back and start training again. But I'm going to change, like I say, that preview window size down to 2. See, I screwed up. That's one thing I don't like. I wish there was like a GUI or something that you could just like tick check boxes or something, or toggle things, because if you accidentally go too fast and go past the setting you wanted, let's see, change it on to 2. If you screw up, you just have to close it out and start over again, because it's really easy to just pass the setting you wanted by holding down enter too long or just hitting it too quickly. But we'll see here. I guess with this resolution, it's not going to make it much bigger, but I can see a little bit better now. When you do higher resolution than this, it'll just be like, you'll just have like 4 squares. You won't have, it won't be as large or stretched out as much. And you can see the teeth better. It's hard to tell how well they're working. So, just kind of hoping we'd be able to get a better look at it and see if the bottom teeth are starting to, see, Arnold's still, I mean, they're starting to show a little definition, so we'll give it more time. I mean, it's still coming down in the destination, like I said before. It's just that it's taking it a while. I kind of thought this would be actually going a little bit faster than this, but again, I'm so used to using my own, like the same model files over and over and over again for every new model that I do. Like every time you reuse the files, it gets a bit faster until you kind of get to a certain point where I think it kind of caps out, but it can get pretty quick for relearning new material. And currently, I think that, because this one is a brand new model from scratch, other than the pre-training, it's probably still not as fast as my my 320 res model that I usually use. But anyways, I just checked in to see how it's doing. Destination still has a ways to go before that's fully learned. And then we can, like I say, turn off random warp here in a little bit. So just checking in. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, so you can see the loss value is still coming down, but I don't think it's learning the teeth as well as I want it to do. So I figured what I'd do is this would be a good way to demonstrate how to switch out your destination clip, or destination face set, and pick up training on something else. So I'm gonna go ahead and save and close it out. I just don't think it's learning the bottom teeth very well, and I don't think it's going to come down that much more on the loss value before I have to change settings. And usually, if it hasn't learned the teeth by now, it's like you kind of need to give it a nudge. So I downloaded my tooth trainer Faceset, and what I'm going to do is go in here to the workspace. I'm going to rename my destination folder to something else. So I'm just going to call it Data DST Mini RTM, which is what I was training it against. I'm going to make another folder named Data DST. Put in a folder named Aligned. Open that up. And then I'm going to take the Faceset I downloaded and put it in that folder. So this is the tooth trainer. Like I say, it's about 700 images. I think it's all pretty much Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he's making funny faces all loaded up here, and you can see what I'm talking about. And what this should do is force the model to learn the bottom teeth, although it may take a little while, because all it does now is just looks at teeth the entire time, because every image is showing them, and usually that will expedite that process. Maybe I should have done this first, but it's just kind of one of those things where you don't know you need it until you need it. You can see it was not learning her teeth, like, or his really, which is sort of weird. But I run this for a little while, maybe till later tonight. It's 7 p.m. on Sunday right now. It always looks funny too when you see, different people superimposed on Arnold making funny faces. See, already looks weird, and then you put somebody else doing it, and it looks really silly. But yeah, like I say, you can tell that it just wasn't getting some of this stuff really learned all that well. But if I give this probably a few hours, or maybe till tomorrow morning, you should get the teeth straightened out, hopefully. So I can already tell there's maybe a little bit of definition there. So hopefully, in a fairly short period of time, it will do what we want, which is to get those bottom teeth learned. Then I can go back to the previous mini RTM and pick back up. And it will have to, I don't say start over, but like kind of relearn that a little bit. But it will do it much faster, and it will get back down to where I was at within a reasonably short period of time. So, like I say, this is the purpose, and this is why I made this face set of Arnold, is just to fix problems with teeth that don't cooperate on certain actors. But like I say, don't have the way they speak. You just don't see either their upper or their lower teeth. Like I say with her, and like Christian Bale, I had this problem, and I'm trying to think of like Scarlett Johansson. It actually was a little bit of a problem too, to get her bottom teeth to come in. And then Patrick Stewart's the reverse, where for some reason, in his case, it's his upper teeth that you don't see very often. And so same scenario, just in reverse. So I will run this for a while, and then I'll show you guys how it's coming along when we get back, or a little bit later. So talk to you in a little bit. Real quick addendum, I went ahead and changed my desktop scaling from 150% to 225%, I think. And now you can see it a lot better. So that's great. That helps. Because like I said before, it was kind of hard to tell what I was looking at. It was so small. But now that it's been scaled up, these are 4K displays that I use. And so, things are kind of small. But if you change the desktop scaling, it can kind of resolve some issues. So now you can see pretty clearly that, in fact, her bottom teeth need some time. So cool. Anyways, that's kind of a useful trick, is to change the desktop scaling, and then you can see what you're looking at. All right, be back. All right, so it's now Monday morning, and you can see the teeth are now working. So you finally learn Arnold's teeth in the center there. It's a little difficult to tell, but since I changed the scaling, at least you can see now that there's more definition in her lower teeth. Some of it, like, I just don't have any images of her with her mouth wide open with any teeth in the bottom, so it shouldn't be a problem really. You should just, when you should just not see the bottom teeth. But most of this, like that, you can definitely see it's picked up the definition. So I'm going to kill it. I'm going to go back to training on the mini RTM Faceset. So give this just a second to finish. And just like we did before, I'm going to go back in here, and I'm going to take this now, and this is the tooth trainer Faceset. So I'm just going to call this teeth, and I'm going to rename the mini RTM folder back to just data DST, so I can go back to training on that now. It should retain its knowledge of her teeth. Hopefully, now that we've got that out of the way, after it trains on this again for a little bit, like I say, it should pick this stuff back up really quickly, and then I can go on to the next setting, because this is taking actually strangely longer than I thought it would. You see it starts off with a loss value being kind of high again, but it should be fairly quick to come back down. Let's see here. I mean, yeah, you can see the yellow like the yellow graph at the top right, we can already see kind of the bottom of it coming back down. So I don't think it'll take it that long for it to get back to being squared away. I have to go to work today, but after I come home from work, I think it'll be at the point where I can probably do the next setting and we can kind of continue on. So hopefully this corrects the teeth problem. It looks like it should. And we can continue on with our training. Now, again, like here, it looks a little bit blasé, but it hasn't really relearned her yet. Hers don't have that much definition either, so there's going to be some where it still has to pick it back up. You can see that yellow graph already starting to kind of correct itself. Okay, I will check in when I get off work, but it's looking like it's coming back in the right direction here. And then we can, like I say, change settings here later when I get off work today. All right, see you guys after work.
All right, I'm home from work, and it's not really like 100, like I probably could let it go a bit longer and these would drop a bit more, but you can see it was kind of doing a little, you know, come down, come back up, come down. I guess I can, like if I hit S, it'll save it and we can kind of see where the average is at right now. But the, yeah, I mean, it's coming up and down. I'm going to go ahead and go to the next setting. This is one of these, you know, just a judgment call thing. Do as I say, not as I do. You probably could leave it a little bit longer than that and just make sure it was, you know, really not going to come down any further. But it's going to be a marginal difference at this point. The only reason it isn't, for, you know, like 100% done is because I had to run that tooth trainer for a while. So that's all right. So we've saved and closed it. We're going to go back in, reopen it up, and we're going to make a setting change. Really hot in my office right now, guys. I'm already sweating. I've only been up here for 5 minutes. It is going to be 100 degrees here all this week, and so I'm trying to stay out of this room except for when I come up here to make changes to this thing. Too freaking hot. So I'm going to go down and just keep hitting enter. I'm not going to change anything except for the random warp setting, which I'm going to shut off. So I'm going to hit N to change that to no, everything else being left the same. And we're going to run this until the loss values stop going down. Now, I think because we already got it a pretty good ways down there, I don't know how much, like each step is going to, how long each step is going to take before I can change it again. We're already up over 1 million iterations because we're training this on the 4090 and at batch 4. But again, this is batch 4. If I was training on batch 16, we'd have, you know, a much lower batch count. I don't really... I don't know. One of these days I need to do like a side-by-side and train like batch 4 next to batch 16 or 32 or something. And you can see it spiked up a little bit and then it dropped back down. But this will gradually drop off lower and lower than it was. Once you start getting below like 0.1, like you can see there at a couple points, it'll quickly blurb down below there. Like it was hitting like 0.08 briefly, 0.09. But once the average gets below 0.1, you're pretty much approaching a ballpark where you're going to be getting a good result. Now, you still have to run through a bunch more settings beyond this to use the method that I'm showing you guys in this particular video. Part of the reason also why the DST loss is higher, I forgot I have DST flip on. I don't always use that. And so because it thinks there's twice as many images, it has to learn twice as much. Ergo, the loss comes down slower because it's looking at more virtual images. But anyways, I'm going to leave this on for a while on this setting. The next thing we'll do after this is we're going to change the learning, I think it's called the learning rate. 1 second. Loss function, sorry, from SSIM to MS-SSIM, and that will cause the loss value to really start dropping off. And we're going to go through a couple of settings underneath that. Then we're going to enable learning rate dropout, and that's going to train until it's done, and then we're going to go to GAN. So still have several settings to go through, but at least we're into the second one now. I mean, you'd look at the training one and you'd say, hey, that already looks pretty good. And I mean, you're not wrong,
But if you tried the model out right now, you would find that like there's no skin texture to speak of. It'll be just kind of like this matte overlay because we don't have GAN enabled yet. And also we'd be getting a lot of flickering and whatnot because we haven't used learning rate dropout yet. You have to train and learning rate dropout for kind of a while, and that kind of kills, it sort of solidifies it, I guess is the way I would put it, but it kills any of that remaining morphing and flickering that's caused by like lighting changes and so forth. So we just have to let it keep training until we're happy with it. But anywho, I'll be back here either later I'll check on it later this evening and see, you know, if these lost values are done or if they are going to go overnight. But anyways, sometime here in the next, hopefully a few hours, I'll be able to go to the next setting. I would like to get through this and onto exporting this as a live model so I can kind of do that and then move on to showing you guys how to put this into like a video clip, for example, instead of making a live model with it. So that'll be the next thing. I'll see you guys here in a little while. I'm going to get out of this heat. See you later. Alrighty, it is now Tuesday morning, 22nd. As you can see, loss values basically chilled out. It's kind of fluctuating around the destination. It's barely moving on the source. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next one. I mean, theoretically, you could let it go a little bit longer if you wanted, but I'm trying to kind of expedite through this a little bit. But we're pretty much at the point where you should change settings. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter to save, which will take just a moment. And sleepy, 7:18 in the morning. Okay, and one thing I'm going to do is make a backup of my model just in case something goes awry. So what I'll usually do is make another folder within the model folder and just name it backup and copy from here up to here. The XSEG files can't get corrupted as far as I know. And even if they did, you could just re-download them or just put them, you know, from the original archive back in again and you'd be fine. But the SAEHD model files, if something happened, like you had a power outage while you were training, like it doesn't always corrupt it, but there's a chance. And when it does, you'll get this weird error that says unpickling error, and that means it's dead. So then you have to start all over again if you don't have a backup. So I should have been doing that. I've been kind of not thinking about it, but there is an option to enable an auto backup. The problem with that is you usually end up with like a bunch of backups. I think you can change it to one or something, but I haven't screwed around with it. I usually just manually do it periodically. If there's a setting in the SAEHD training to actually manually or to auto backup, which you probably should use. It just starts using up quite a bit of drive space. Excuse me. So I'm going to change to the next setting. We're getting pretty good loss values. The source is already under 0.1. It's like 0.89. That's pretty good. Considering how far we have to go yet, that's pretty good. So continuing down, I'm going to change this now to MS-SSIM. Everything else should still be the same. And we should have this loading up momentarily. This should be a pretty noticeable drop off of loss values almost immediately. At least it usually is. So, as I mentioned before, like you see how big the graph is getting. If you hit L, that will expand that out so you can kind of see what's going on with it. And yeah, you see, bloop, kind of drop down and it'll spike around a little bit, but yeah, we're already starting to see some like 0.04s and 0.05s coming into there. The average will probably take a little while to come down, but yeah, moving right along with it. So after this setting finishes, I'm going to change that learning rate from 5E05. You can do it like you can drop it one at a time. I find that that's like a very slow way to creep up on it. It kind of works, but I also just, usually what I'll do is instead I'll go from 5E05 to 3E05, then 1E05, rather than doing it one at a time. Seems like it does the same thing, and it doesn't really, you have to quite kind of take so long to go through each little incremental step. So like I said, we're going to do that, and then I'm going to go ahead and change it back to 5E05, and then enable learning rate dropout, which will train on that until loss stops again, and then we'll enable GAN. And GAN, you don't really pay attention to loss values so much. What'll happen is there'll be like this little grid-like pattern that'll start appearing on her face, and it'll kind of come and go. And as it comes and goes, it'll get sharper and sharper until it finally, finally GAN will go away. You'll stop seeing that grid pattern, and that's when you know it's done. GAN can take kind of a while, so I'm hoping that it doesn't take too long. I want to be at this for the rest, like I say, I want to move on to the next step after this. I was going to show you guys how to do, like I say, put this onto like a video clip. So it's doing a pretty good job. See, it's kind of fluctuating around a little bit still, but dropping off pretty well. Our teeth seem to still be doing a good job, which is nice, because that was being a problem for a while there, but after I put it on the tooth trainer, it straightened right up. So some models I've had problems with for like it just never learns the bottom teeth. Like I tried to do Rebecca Ferguson like a couple different times with different model resolutions and whatnot, and trained it on the tooth trainer, and like it still wouldn't learn her bottom teeth. You just about never see hers. Like it's the way she talks. Like her smile, she laughs or whatever, you're just seeing upper teeth. So it didn't work. I need to find like some specific footage and probably rebuild that whole face set if I wanted to continue to try to put her in something. I like Rebecca Ferguson. I wanted to use her in different things for a while. This looks kind of lousy. Like this almost looks like it really isn't handling that very well. But what you'll notice is that sometimes like you'll see one of these that looks pretty bad, but it's actually because like it just for some reason can't learn that specific set, like color transfer mode plus random color on that specific combination doesn't work good. But when you go try it on your actual video, it'll look fine because it really isn't that color. So I'm not going to worry about that one too much. If we start seeing a bunch of them doing that, then that's cause for concern, because if they all start looking like they're not learning, that kind of means you're heading towards collapse. So hopefully I don't know why that would happen. I've not had that happen training on my mini RTM before. It shouldn't really, nothing should be too complicated for it. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and let this run while I'm at work today. And when I get home, I should be able to move on to the next step, which would be, like I say, to go from 5E05 to 3E05. And then we'll train it again. And hopefully by tomorrow, we'll probably be able to get in learning rate dropout and train that for a little while. And then we'll go to GAN. And once GAN is done, we'll be able to try this thing out in Deepface Live, which I'll do a demo on how to use Deepface Live, as well as, like I said, we'll export this file as what's called a DFM file. So this model is being trained right now. The reason you train it, I think I've mentioned this, but basically the reason you train it against a large destination face set like this is to teach it a bunch of different people's faces. And so that way, when you export the DFM file, anybody should theoretically be able to pick it up, put it into Deepface Live, and have it work for them, even though it's never seen them specifically. It knows enough faces that it can work with just about anybody that way. So that said, hope you guys are doing good today, and I will continue with this train. I'll be back after I get off work. See you then. Okay, doke. It is after work, and now look at our loss value. Now we're down to about 0.6, 0.06, and 0.1 respectively. And I mean, they're coming down like very, very, very slow or little, but it looks like they're pretty much getting to where they're coming to a stopping point. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next step of training, which would be to change the learning rate from 5E05 to 3E05. Cat just came up, wants his lovin's. He's a good kitty. Big kitty rascal. Yeah, I just got home and he's wanting his attention. Very hot today, 90 some odd degrees. I'm not a fan of it. Okay. So here's the learning rate setting. Currently 5E05. I'm going to change this to 3E05, which will slow down the speed at which it learns, but it will drop the loss value. And we're kind of tightening and creeping up on our desired result by doing this. Getting it loaded up. All right. You can see it's doing a pretty good job. Starting to look pretty sharp. Like I say though, because we've not enabled learning rate dropout yet, if I tried to make a model with this, it would be it would flicker and morph as you tried to use it. Okie doke. I'll be back in a little bit when this stops dropping off, and then I will dial it down to 1E05. After that, we'll do learning rate dropout, and after that, we'll do GAN. So we're making progress, just slowly. I'll be back in a little bit. Alrighty, I think it's been going long enough. I mean, it still may be coming down very, very slowly. And really, that's what it does when you start lowering the learning rate, is it just lowers down how fast it learns. But like I say, I'm trying to kind of expedite this to get this video knocked out. So you can see though, it started at 0.055, now it's down to 0.0523. It's pretty good progress really for a couple hours. And the destination was 0.0938, now it's 0.0886. So doing pretty well. I'm going to go ahead and tone it down to 1E05 and let that run overnight because it's 11 p.m. I'm going to go to bed here in a minute. I'll probably go ahead and do a backup on this too, just in case something stupid happens overnight. So very hot out right now. I don't know if something could happen and power could go out. I don't know. The power in this building is sometimes a little bit unreliable. So, or like the internet's pretty bad too. But sometimes the power will go out just because a stiff breeze goes by and it'll go out for like 5 minutes and come back up. So, anywho, so I backed up my model like we did before. And now I'm going to go ahead and change the learning rate to 1E05. Here. 1E-05. And like I say, we're gonna let that go overnight. It'll probably get down a little further, but not a ton. And then after that, we'll enable learning rate dropout. I'll train that while I'll probably enable that in the morning, train it while I'm at work, and then we'll put on GAN tomorrow night, at which point I hope that trains pretty quick. GAN can certainly be a long-winded affair, so hopefully that'll be a little quicker. All right. I think this is going to turn out pretty good, though. I'll be kind of interested to see, because, again, I usually do my models at 320 resolution. This is the first one I've done at 224 in quite a long time. I'll be kind of interested to see how good it can potentially come out, if it's good at all, or if it'll be still kind of blob because of the low resolution. But I think I used a pretty good quality images for her face set, and it does seem like it's looking pretty good in the training window. So we'll just have to find out when I get there. But all right, it's running. I'm gonna leave it overnight, and in the morning I will change it to learning rate dropout and turn the learning rate back up to 5E05, and then we'll let that go, and then we'll do GAN after work. So all right, see you guys in the morning. Have a good night. All right, it's a little early. I got up. Cat woke me up, so it's about 6:15 in the morning. You can see the loss values have dropped off a fair deal more over the night. It went from like 0.48 to 0.46 and 0.8 to 0.7, or excuse me, 0.08 to 0.0758. And it probably would keep coming down very, very slowly if I let it, but it's at a pretty good level. I mean, that's really low for the source material. So I'm gonna go ahead and kill it. We're gonna put on LRD, which is learning rate dropout, which will kill any, like I say, morphing problems that it would have had, you know, flickering and stuff. People often ask me that, like when they're trying to make their own live models, like, why is it flickering? Well, you probably didn't train it long enough in learning rate dropout. So, or at all. Like some people just train a random warp and then try to make a, like try to merge it immediately or export it as a DFM file and then wonder why it's flickering. Well, skipped a step there, or a few. So, next thing, I'm going to find my way down here and enable learning rate dropout and change this back to 5E-05. And that should get the loss down even a little bit further. By the time I get off work today, it should be a little bit lower. Even if it doesn't get much lower, it should be pretty good already, really. It just needs to, like I say, solidify so that it doesn't morph. Hard to explain it other than, like I say, morphing typically means like either when the person blinks, like the face will kind of, you'll see just like a slight deformation, or like it'll, the face will just flicker for like a split second when the person blinks, or like if lighting, like extreme lighting changes take place, then typically like the face will slightly change shape just a little bit. Like the eyes and stuff will look a little bit different as it, like the light coloring passes over it, or like low light to high light, things like that. It'll look a little bit different. So we're trying to eliminate as much facial morphing and flickering as possible by running this. You kind of see the graph. Oh shoot, I hit the wrong button. My bad. Well, whatever. I'll restart it here, but you can see the graph was already starting to change a little bit. I haven't realized I accidentally hit the enter key on my keyboard with my thumb. So anyways, I'll get it going again, but I will run that until I get off work, and then I will enable GAN, and hopefully GAN will take no more than a day or two. GAN can take a very long time sometimes, but again, at this 224 resolution, I haven't done that in quite a while. It may not take it that long. Just have to wait and see. I shouldn't have to change any settings because it should just be picking up where I left off. I just accidentally closed it. So anyways, I will be back after I get off work and we can check at that time, but probably go ahead and start GAN this afternoon, or this around 8 hours from now, or 12 hours from now. So, all right, I'll see you guys then.
Alrighty, it's been running all day, and you can see the source came down very, very slightly, but we already had it very low anyway. This is very low. And the computer just hung for a half second there. So hopefully that didn't affect the video. Anyways, and destination came down from 0.0756 to 0.736. So a little bit of a drop in the destination. I don't think it's really going to come down anymore. Very, very little. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a save. Very hot in here, guys. Very, very hot weather. Kitty. Kitty's getting me. Okay, I'm going to back it up one more time because GAN can at least potentially cause it to get corrupted or otherwise mess up. Shouldn't happen, but could happen. So back up. Before you change any setting, really, you should do a backup. I'm sure I'm sweating already. It's redonkulously hot in here. A little fan on. Okay. And I'm going to change just the one setting, so everything else should still be fine. And GAN, we're going to run at 0.1. And I'm going to leave the patch and dimensions at default. Label smoothing, I don't know, I usually shut all this stuff off. Lazy, noisy labels. I haven't noticed that they really do anything of major benefit, so I'm just leaving them off. You can increase the patch and dimensions if you want to try to get a sharper result. I typically don't much because it seems like default is usually good enough. And turning those up starts hogging
quite a bit more VRAM and will cause your iteration training speed to drop. I don't want to say like drastically, but it will come down a fair amount. So I would advise, unless you really feel like going nuts with it, that you just leave it at 0.1 with default settings. But again, to each their own. So initially here, we're probably not going to see much of anything change. The loss value may come up a little bit, but this is probably going to take a while. I hope that it might be done by this time tomorrow. GAN can take kind of a long time. You'll also notice that the iteration speed is slowed down a fair amount. It was like like 150 milliseconds, 140, 150. Now it's like 200 milliseconds, which still is quite fast. Like that's actually, like I'm so used to training higher resolution stuff that these are hilariously fast times. Like sometimes, like on the super high res stuff, you might see, like 2 to 3 seconds per iteration, not, milliseconds. You're talking about like 2 to 3,000 milliseconds. So anyways, GAN eventually, after a few thousand iterations, we'll start to see like this grid-like pattern start appearing on things. You see how smooth, like this is what the texture of her skin should like on this particular, woman here in the destination face set. And yet, like how it sees her currently is this kind of smooth porcelain-like texture. There's no texture to it really. It's just smooth. And the same thing is going on with the source right now. So you can see the overlay predicted outcome is a smooth outcome. We don't have like the texture of her skin being portrayed. Now, Gigi, at least in most of this stuff, most of my material is fairly young. So maybe she doesn't have a whole lot of, she's probably wearing makeup on her face. You may not see a lot of skin texture, but there's probably going to be more detail to be drawn out of it than what we currently have. And that's what GAN will do, is it will give us that kind of detail. So, anywho, hopefully we'll get the kind of results that we want out of this. But like I said, it'll take a little while before GAN even starts becoming evident that it's doing anything. But once it does, I should be able to hopefully show out or point out to you what it looks like. And basically GAN, you have no way of knowing how long it will take. You just train it until it stops doing that. Now, if you want to be kind of slick with it, what you can do is you can wait until, like GAN kind of what I would call pulses. So it's like sometimes the grid pattern is there, sometimes it is not there. And like I say, it kind of comes and goes until it just goes away indefinitely. But on the periods of time, like as you're hitting P and cycling through your images, if you can see that it's like in a period of dormancy, you can hit save and kill it. And then when you like do your merged output, you shouldn't see any of those grid patterns appearing on the face in the output. But if you try to merge it when they're present, then they'll end up in your final product as well. So if you want to be sort of slick and avoid, waiting until the very end because you're losing patience, you can try to catch it at a time when GAN is in, like I say, like a down spike, and see if you can get, get a good result out of it. But, if you want to be patient, it'd probably be best to just let it finish. So it's a going. This is the final stage of training, and then we can export this as a Deepface Live model and see how it does. So I will be back when hopefully I can show you an example of what the GAN patterns look like. But basically, it's kind of like a grid or a cross hatching, but it's very fine. And on this low resolution, it might be kind of hard to make it out. But I should be able to hopefully show you what I'm talking about. So I'll be back here in a little bit.
Good morning. It is 7 a.m. on Thursday. Katie, hold on. My cat keeps trying to get in my lap. I'm not interested in that right now. It's kind of weird. I don't really see any noticeable effect from GAN in the sense. I mean, it looks kind of like it's working. What I don't understand is I haven't seen any kind of that little grid pattern appearing. I wonder if it's harder to tell on lower resolution models. It's kind of strange. It's been running overnight. We should have seen something. I know you can see like the loss value actually kind of comes up a bit. Destination doesn't change much, but the source comes up a little bit as it works with GAN. But it really looks like we're getting a pretty good one-to-one representation of, I mean, that looks pretty straightforward there. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to let it continue to train while I'm at work. And when I get off work. We'll see what it's doing at that point, and maybe it's just, you know, maybe it finished overnight or something, but that seems a little bit strange. Usually though, GAN is noticeable. Like I said, there'll be like this little bit of a grid pattern, cross-hatching pattern thing going on the face, and I haven't really seen much of that. But it could be, like I said, because it's kind of low resolution, it might just be sort of harder to tell. Sort of strange. It's usually pretty evident, like when I've done my 320 models, it'll be, you know, pretty quick. You'll start noticing it. But we'll check it after work. It's at almost 2.5 million iterations at this point. And I mean, we can probably test it in Deepface Live here pretty soon. So I'll check it after work. Alrighty, it is now 6:15, Thursday afternoon, August 24th, and GAN is still running. It's probably still hard for you guys to tell, but I can tell that it's finally definitely kicked in and working, because you can kind of see it around the eyes. It's probably difficult to tell, and you may not be able to make it out from the recording. I don't know how likely it is to be. If I can find another image that looks better, I will, but you can see through the cheeks there's a bit of this kind of pixelation / grid-like thing going on. I know it's very hard to tell, probably. For lack of a better way of putting it, it takes a trained eye to see it, and I've just done it 1,000 times. So, you know, the eyebrow area around here, I could see some going on. And let me see about if I can find a better example. I don't know. Usually it's more pronounced than this, though, honestly. Like, maybe you can kind of tell through the cheek area there. Like, one thing that I've noticed is side profiles and like cheeks and stuff seem like they take longer for GAN to finish than the straight on profile, like looking right at the person. It's very minuscule on this though. Like I think it's more noticeable at higher resolutions maybe. I don't know what to think about that. Like I said, I haven't done one at 224 in quite a while. I think it's definitely improving. I will probably give it until well, it's auto saving. Hold on a second here. But I'm thinking, like I said, I'll probably give this at least until, you know, tomorrow after I get off work. And then I can probably go ahead and export this as a DFM file. And we can go ahead and try it out in Deepface Live. Cat's getting after me. So anyways, I do notice that GAN is finally working. Like I say, from the perspective of you guys, I don't know. A lot of it doesn't, it's very minimal. Maybe you can see it a little bit through the cheeks here. It's like little diamond patterns, but it's just very, very tiny. Kitty, hold on. Come on, buddy. So, and I can, now like, maybe you can see it better here through the jawline. I find it to be pretty obvious through the forehead and jawline here under eye. You can see it. So GAN is GANning. So anyways, I'll check back on it later tonight, but it'll probably be tomorrow. And GAN can go for a long time before it finishes. Sometimes it really isn't predictable. Like, you don't know when it's going to complete. So hopefully it won't take a real long time. But that said, I'll be back in a little bit to check on it. So real quick here, I wanted to do, like, maybe this shows better now. Like, I did a little snip of this image here and blew it up so you can kind of get a better idea of, like, you can kind of see this pattern. Like it looks like lines going this direction. There's like lighter and darker lines. I hope you can see that. This is about the biggest I can blow that up, but at least you can kind of see what GAN looks like. Again, it's not maybe super obvious from the recording, but that's about the best job I can do with it. So just wanted to show you guys a better view of how GAN appears. And again, like I was saying, I think it's more the side profile that it seems to be lingering on than the direct camera images. So anyways, just thought I'd show you that. It's kind of useful information. All right, it's a little after 6 p.m. on Friday, and a little hard to tell. I haven't seen
much evidence of GAN since I got back. I've been cycling through this for a minute. So it may be done. I think what we're going to do is give it a test and see how it looks. Very hot today, guys. I think this might be the hottest day of the year. It's like 95, 96 out. It was supposed to go a little hotter than that, but it's hot enough. So, cheers. A little cold ice water. So, what I'm going to do is a couple different things. What's that? So I'm looking to make sure. All right, I don't have Deepface Live on here right now. I have my old version of it. So I'm going to go ahead, and this would be as if you had downloaded the Deepface Live software. So Deepface Live, that's the DirectX 12 version. Here's the NVIDIA version. And I'm going to drag this onto my desktop. My cat's downstairs yowling. He's grumpy because I just got home. But first of all, like I said, we're going to go ahead and get Deepface Live set up and extracted, which should just take a second. Of course, now it's just going to sit here. That makes sense. There it goes. And I'm going to extract that out onto my desktop. Hopefully we don't have any errors or any weirdness. I'm already getting a little warm in here. It's supposed to start getting nicer tomorrow, and by Sunday it's going to be dropping right off, which is good. Next week's supposed to be very nice. I'm glad, because then I can be up here in my office again and not need like a massive fan blowing in my face just to stay comfortable. So this will just take a second to extract out. Maybe it'll take a couple minutes, I don't know. I'll be back when it finishes. All right, so I finished extracting out the Deepface Live application, so I'll minimize that out. Here's the folder that it got extracted to. So this is our Deepface Live NVIDIA folder. And the only thing that are in there, like people have asked, that's the cat, bless you. People have asked me how to install this. There is no installation other than you just extract this out and it's done. This is the Deepface Live application. It's just a batch file that you run, but it opens up like a GUI, and then you've got some internal folders. You have in the user data folder, you have what says DFM models. Currently that's empty, but that's where we're going to put our exported model when we make it. And then it has some sample video clips that you can use your live models on if you're not going to use them in a webcam. But we will be using, I can do a little bit of both just to demo it for you. So I don't think this will screw up my recording, hopefully not, but when you export a DFM file, it 100% runs this on the CPU for some reason, and like if you're doing anything kind of intensive, that can sometimes cause like lag, like when you're watching YouTube or something. If you try to do this at the same time, it'll usually kind of screw up YouTube, or like it'll just start slowing down your system. So what I might do is pause the recording, but basically it's where's this? So we got two different export. We got export S or AMP as DFM. AMP is the other type of model that we mentioned that we're not doing, or export SAEHD as DFM. That is what we want. Brings up a little window, and it's going to ask us someday. So it's going to ask you to pick your model. That's the only one we've got. And it says, do you want to do it quantized or not? Quantized is for AMP, non-quantized is for SAEHD. So I'm going to tell it no. And then I'm going to go ahead and stop recording for a minute, because like I say, I think that it's possible that this will mess up the recording if it's doing both at the same time. And so I'll hit, and it's already selected for no. I'm going to hit enter. It'll start, and I'm going to pause this real quick. All right, so this is dumping DFM to, basically it says it's putting it in your model folder. And it says press any key to continue. That only took it about 30 seconds, but like I say, it's so CPU intensive that it usually will screw something else up if you're trying to do two things at the same time. And recording typically uses the CPU somewhat. So that's done. And I should now have in my model folder a file ending in the letters .dfm. So it's new SAEHD.dfm. I'm going to rename it to GAN 224. I could type today on account of They usually put the resolution in there just as some reference to know what the heck the model is. So this is GG Hadid 224. I'm going to copy that, or you can cut it and paste it, either or, but I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to go ahead and paste it into the DFM files, or excuse me, DFM models folder of the NVIDIA Deepface Live main folder. So now we've got one live model in there that we've created. There's some you can download for free with the software, which I'll show you guys also, but basically you can make your own and put them there. Excuse me, I didn't mean to close that. Go ahead and run Deepface Live. And it brings up this little application window. So you can tell it to do a few different things. It's like got an image folder and a video folder, so you can pick single images if you want to put your model on just a single image and see what it looks like, or you can do video. We'll probably start with video files, I guess. I'll pick that, and then it says when you open that up, it defaults to like the internal portion of the NVIDIA Deepface Live folder. So we're in the user data again, where we had samples at. So I'm going to go into samples, and I guess I think this is normally Scarlett Johansson, Woman 1. I'll pick that one. And yeah, see, it's Scarlett Johansson. So I'm going to go ahead and tell it I want it to run on YOLO V5 is what you should leave this at. The other ones work okay too, but just you can play around with all these settings all you want, but that's what I use is YOLO V5. I tell it I want it to run on my GPU, which is the RTX 4090. You should have all these running on the GPU. Window size, I just tell it auto. Threshold, you can turn it up a little bit. If with a low threshold, it won't necessarily detect the face if it's like too close. So I'll put it to like 0.7. Temporal smoothing like 3 or 4. Otherwise it kind of acts jittery. I'm going to select this to, I think it's, God, I'll be damned if I can remember. I think it's Insight Face, but I'll find out here in a second. I haven't used this in a little bit. Okay, so we've got Insight Face. You can see what Google Face Mesh looks like. It makes you select the GPU each time. See, Google Face Mesh has more dots on it, but I find that I think it's Insight Face that works better from a side profile, which is a little strange, but whatever. And I'm going to set this one also to temporal smoothing 3. Marker coverage is fine at 1.6. You can kind of zoom it out. You can see or come back in. But I'm going to put to 1.6. That seems to be pretty accurate as to where it's put it. I don't want it to auto rewind. That's up to you if you want to enable that or not. So we would like to set this to the GPU. And this is kind of hard to explain other than I can try to show you what it does. But it sort of changes how your mask looks overlaid on the other one. Once we can, I'll show you what it does here in a second. But color transfer mode, we'll leave RCT on. Without it, it may not blend the colors correctly into the face. Target delay, I usually set down to like 5 instead of 500. Otherwise, there's quite a bit of lag. I'm not actually going to save this anywhere. I don't want to fill the frame gaps. If you're going to save it, you should enable fill frame gaps, but I'm not going to save it. And source merged, I think it's merged or source frame. And then there's a little window that comes up. So you can see down here, it's displaying right now the default video, but when I tell it I want to use GG, which I got to select my GPU again, and see there's all these listed in here. These are all the ones you can download. They're funny, like they're named funny a little bit, but they're named after celebrities. They've just modified the name a little bit. I'm going to select our model GG Hadid, which will take it a second because for some reason the new version loads a little bit funny. You can see it actually looks pretty good. I'm going to up the pre-sharpening a little bit just to kind of improve it. A little too much. Pre-sharpening will cause some face morphing sometimes when the person blinks. So we kind of gotta, like I can go crazy with it if I want. It looks kind of bad at maxed out, but I should go like 15-20% of the slider. Seems to be pretty decent. So if I want to see what this video looks like, I can hit play. And as you can see in real time, it's doing a pretty good job of replacing Scarlett with Gigi. Now I can screw around with some of these settings, so I'm going to dial it back to somewhere in the middle here or whatever. And you can kind of mess around. You can kind of see like the higher I go with this, the more it's kind of deleting her face until we're pretty much becoming Scarlett again. You can put it down to 0. You can go some negative values and go in the other direction with it, you can see it's kind of expanding out around the face. So you can kind of play with those things. I usually have it on 0 or like maybe a couple points just to kind of have it just inside the edge of the face. You can increase the face size. You can decrease the face size. So we'll just go ahead and have it at the default value. If for some reason it's not centered correctly, you can move it to the left, you can move it to the right, you can move it up and down, you can do it all night. Ha ha ha. And so anyways, usually it does a good job of centering it, but sometimes if like head models don't always center really well. So you can kind of play around with that. You can kind of fiddle around with the offset on this. That gets a little bit horrific really quickly. Oh God, she looks terrible, man. So exclude moving parts isn't really necessary. Head mode, if you're using a head model, freezing Z rotation sometimes might be useful, I guess, but I usually leave that off. And anyways, jumping back to the beginning, try it again. Doing a pretty good job. Let's try a different one. We've got I don't know who this is, but I think some of these are like Twitch streamers or something. I click back a couple times because it kind of forces it to align it properly before you start it. That looks pretty good. Seems to be doing a nice job in the eyes, the mouth, and so forth. So you can see we've done a pretty good job. Our live model is working. Actually, I forgot. You can increase that up to length Zos 4. That'll sharpen it just a little bit more. 2-pass. That sometimes is good for head models. Like if the hair isn't doing a good job, it seems like 2-pass kind of fixes the hair. But otherwise, I find that all it does is make it lag. What else can we do with this? So instead of doing it on the video file, I'm going to go ahead and shut that off. I'm going to change the source to the camera. This may not actually, I don't know, we'll see what happens here. Yeah, see, the problem is this is being used by OBS. Give me 1 second. I got to shut it off in OBS. Oh my God, shut up, Windows. I got to shut it off in OBS so this can use it. You can't do it with both applications at the same time. 1 second. It's working, although it doesn't look particularly great on me. And I don't know, it's not well, again, I'm used to doing them at higher resolution, so maybe I'm expecting too much from 224. Still getting like a little bit of a, I don't know if I want to say flickering necessarily, but it's not like 100% perfect, but it's I mean, it's decent. It works better, you know, on video files than it seems to work on me. I don't know what the deal is. Like something to do with this. Like this is the latest version of Deepface Live. You see, I selected my EVGA capture card and set the resolution to 720p, but I'm only getting like 30 frames a second, which is nonsense. It should be getting. Also, I had to turn down the threshold. It was turning it down. That was, you want to set this lower, not higher. Otherwise, like it's more discriminating about whether it finds a face. It kept clipping in and out until I turned that down, and now it's fine. But for some reason, it's like I say, not even 30 frames a second. I should be getting like 60 plus on this. I don't think it's a setting with the camera. Although I suppose it, I mean, yeah, the camera doesn't really even have settings. It's this is like a DSLR camera on the capture card. There is no frame rate limitation set to that, and it always in the past got a higher frame rate. I almost feel like I should try loading this up on my other version of Deepface Live and see if it works better. But one thing I'm gonna try here real quick is downloading one of these. So you pick a model from the list and it'll download it from wherever he has these hosted at. Give me just a second here. Very warm in here. I don't know why the frame rate isn't particularly great. You see the frame rate is closer to 60 right now, so it's not like a camera limitation. It's in the 50s for just me, but as soon as I start running the model, it drops quite a bit. And like I say, in the past, I've had, you know, higher frame rate than that on a single, or, you know, like with higher resolution models. So that is actually getting a higher frame rate than mine did, which really doesn't make sense. And it looks pretty good. I think this one might, I don't know if this is supposed to be 320 or not. I think this is actually a 320 res model. Let's see here. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be 320. But still, that's getting 35-ish. And I don't think mine was even getting, you know, even 30. Which doesn't make sense. At lower resolution, it should be doing pretty good. You know, it sort of picked up there for a second. And it's in the higher 30s right now. It should still be doing better than this. This is an i9 12900K with a RTX 4090. There's no way that this shouldn't be, you know, smoking. Strange. Well, the quality is, you know, for a 224, I guess, probably about as good as you could expect. I could try loading this up. I kind of want to try loading it up in the previous version of Deepface Live and see if I get a better frame rate or not. Let's just test this one out. Like, she can wink. I mean, it's you know, its ability to, you know, handle facial expression seems to be pretty good. Everything works. You know, a little bit more training probably wouldn't hurt, but in general, I think we've kind of achieved what we wanted to achieve. So, like I said, give me a second here. I want to try. I still have the older version of Deepface Live on my desktop, I think. Yeah. And I would like to copy over. Let's see, where's it at? Copy that over to the other one. And just see if it behaves any differently on this previous version. Like I said, I've had some people telling me that they were getting really piss poor frame rates with the current version as well. I don't quite know what the deal is with that. What is this thing talking about? Interesting. Where's Gigi at in here? There we go. Now, first of all, you can see already like how much faster it loaded up the model. Like, it loads it up a lot slower on the new one. I'm gonna switch though to the camera. Like an instantaneous load by comparison. And the frame rate is, I guess it's the same. Interesting. Let me sharpen that a little bit. That's still sharper. Yeah, 224 definitely, you can see the limitations of it. 320 does a lot better at, you know, just being sharper in general. Let me see, like I've got, I think this is, I can't find this. And even that one needed more time, I think. I don't think this one was finished, but yeah, it's kind of grainy. That's like because GAN wasn't finished on it. But anyways, this is a different Arnold. Anyways, so I don't know. I thought I was getting a higher frame rate than this before. I'm not sure what the deal is. That's really not very good for 320 either. Like, it should be getting higher than that. Strange. But okay, anyways, the model works. Like I say, it's at 224, so there's some limitation in how good the quality is going to be. And you can tell, you know, it could be better, but it could be worse, you know. You know, better face sets will help too. Like, if you rip everything from like 1080p or 4K sources, you can improve, obviously. There's only so much you can do with, you know, sort of mid to mid upper grade quality stuff from YouTube, but I think it turned out pretty good for what we were doing. I hope you understand the process. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a small recording of myself and then show you guys how to put that model into like a video clip. I would like to pull something off of YouTube, but I don't want to do something that's going to get me a copyright strike and ruin the value of this video in a monetary sense, because I would like to monetize it. So Give me 1 second. I'm going to close this out. And I'm going to go ahead and record myself just doing something, whatever, real quickly here. And then we can go ahead and apply through Deepfacelab GAN to myself. So give me 1 second here. Alrighty, I've made my little recording. I'm going to copy and put that into my workspace folder for Deepfacelab. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to rename this back to like mini RTM, because that's what I was training on before. And then I'm going to go ahead and make a new folder. I made that one data DST, and I'm going to name this video clip that I made data DST, which is like 11 seconds, which is fine. We don't need it to be long. We just need it for a demo. So I'm going to extract the images from the data DST full FPS. Shouldn't be very much. All done. And we should have a folder full of images of me, 1080p, adequate quality. And then I'm going to tell it I would like to, if I can find that. I don't know why I always have a hard time finding this. There it is, data destination Faceset extract. Should not take it very long. Leave it at 512, quality 100 like we did before. It's going to extract the faces. This should only take it a minute or two because it's not very many images. All right, I am aligning myself. I'll be back when it finishes this. As I said, it should only take it a moment. Alrighty, that is done extracting. And I'm going to go ahead into my main folder. I'm going to tell it I want to do a generic application on the destination, which is me. So again, that's data DST whole face mask generic. Alrighty. And now here's one, like in this case, I don't need to train XSEG on the source. I only need to train XSEG on myself. So what I can do is I can rename the source folder, the source one or whatever you want to call it. This way it will only XSEG train on the destination, and later we'll just rename it back. So I'm going to say XSEG train. Otherwise, it's going to load up both those things and try to XSEG train on the source, which will take it longer to load, and it doesn't need it anyway. Should load pretty quick since there's only 332 images in there. See, it has 0 for the source because there isn't any. Or it can't find it because it doesn't have a source folder. Now, since I'm kind of bald, it may not know where my hairline is at. It could be amusing how it does on the XSEG work. Sometimes I find like it'll do, see, I don't know why it does this, but I'll show you what I mean here in a second. Like a lot of it will be fine, but you'll see some of it, it's like it's trying to like erode a spot out of my forehead. So give me just a second here. It might have corrected itself. Yeah, like why does it do that? Like the rest of it's been fine, but for right there, it for some reason decided that it doesn't know where my forehead ends or begins. So to correct that problem, before I even bother going any further, since it's clearly having a problem here, figure out where my forehead is in, or I mean, it really probably doesn't matter. Like in the case of this, like it's going to blend it in anyway. And actually like my, you know, her hairline stops here. The rest of this probably isn't going to matter anyhow. So give me 1 second and we'll do some manual XSEGs on this to make corrections. So I'm going to go ahead and do a, where the heck is that at? data DST mask edit, because I want to edit the mask and make some XSEGs of my own. A couple manual be fine. I always got that vacant expression on my face. I'm just gonna kind of go along my hairline here and something like this. Very exciting work. Very exciting, the XSEG mask. I think I'm gonna kind of bring it down to about here, so you can kind of pull this down a little bit. Because like I say, Gigi's hairline is probably somewhere around there, and she's got bangs and whatnot that are covering up her forehead a lot of the time anyway. She doesn't have, the dome of doom. So I'll probably do the same thing here, kind of figure out where I want it. See, if I want to add a dot, I can hold Control and just click where I want to add another one at, just to kind of smooth it out a little bit. It's not quite so angled. All right. And I'll probably do one from this direction. You don't really need to give it too many samples as long as there's no like obstructions or whatnot. That's something maybe I should have done, is put in some obstructions. I don't know. Something like that's probably acceptable from that side. And from here. So I used to do this pretty much, not like for every image, but I used to do hundreds of these per video because I thought well, this was before they had generic XSEG, so I was kind of limited on what I could do. And then this is the one I think where it was kind of getting confused. See a little sweat on my forehead? It's because it's hot in here. But I think this is going to be the last real hot day of the year, or at least hopefully, at least for the next week or so. Okay, so that's probably enough. I'm going to go back and resume XSEG training again. And let that pick it up. Hopefully I can get this video uploaded here probably tonight or tomorrow. Say it's only Friday, so as long as it's tonight or tomorrow, I think people should be pretty happy with that. I'm working on this for like a week. All right. So I hit L again to expand out the graph. I hit space to change it to see myself. And now we should be able to see it starting to take shape in the way that I told it to work instead of the way the generic was doing it. Honestly, with ball people, it's probably better to just manually do it. Because like I say, it seems like it has a hard time figuring out where the top of your head and like where your forehead really start and finish. Maybe I didn't do one from that angle. It's still not going to be perfect. You can see the graph starting to come down though. It's usually an indicator that it's moving in the correct direction. I kind of thought that model would look a little bit better in Deepface Live. They always end up looking better in lab than they do in live. That's why, unless I'm just doing a live stream for the fun of it, I don't really use Deepface Live for much of anything. It can be fun, like I say, to goof with, but it doesn't really do a very good job of applying the face compared to if you do it through the Deepface Lab. It's less precise. So some of the forehead area is still looking janky. Some of it's looking better than the other parts. And it's starting to get straightened out. Like I said, this is for demo purposes anyway. I mean, really, if I wanted to get back and kind of be a little bit more, what's what I'm looking for? I wanted to be a little bit more precise with it. I'd probably go back in and kind of XSEG this part out just to get that part of the forehead off there. See, it's kind of covering too much from that side. Here it still needs probably a little bit more chopping off. So whatever, like you get the idea. It needs a bit more, but for our purposes, like I say, this is just a test demo on how to do this stuff. Like I say, I would probably add a couple more segments to the areas of it that don't have like a perfect area around the forehead if you wanted to get it looking just right. But because we're going to blend the forehead anyway, like I don't think it's going to matter that much. So, all right. I'm going to apply that. So this is the Data DST train mask apply. Take very little time since it's only 332 images. Okay. And while it's doing that, like I say, for some reason, because I renamed that folder to source one, it just makes another folder for you, but there's nothing in it. So I'm just going to delete that. And then I'm going to go ahead and change this back to just data source so we can use it again. All right, so now I have an aligned folder. They're all XSEG'd, although not necessarily perfectly, but they are XSEG'd. Again, if you wanted to get kind of crazy with it, you can go back in and manually XSEG a few more samples to try to get it just how you want it. But for the sake of this, I think we've done kind of enough. And then I'm going to go ahead and, so basically, if you were trying to do just a video clip and not like a live model, and you were starting from scratch, it's best to still train your model on something like the RTM Faceset first. They call it generalizing the model. It's like it teaches it a bunch of stuff about human faces and lighting conditions and whatnot. Whatever's in that mini RTM Faceset or full RTM Faceset, it's good for your model to kind of learn about that first. So if you want to do just a video clip like we're going to do here in a second, instead of doing a live model, you should still train your model for a while on something like the RTM Faceset first, just in random warp. You don't have to go further with the settings than that, because I know we went through a bunch of settings, but all you got to do is just the default random warp setting, train on that for a while, and then switch over to whatever your video clip is. So like this was named Data DST for a while, we trained on that, then we changed the name of the folder to mini RTM, and now I've made a new destination folder with our video clip in it, and we could pick up and resume training on that. It won't forget what it learned, it'll just use that to better learn your video clip. I don't understand why it can't really just pick right up and learn the video clip. It seems like it should just be able to do that. If it can learn it from the RTM, it should learn it from the destination video clip. And it does, but it does seem like it does a better job if you generalize it first. Plus things like learning teeth, like we had problems with that. Unless your destination video clip has a lot of like doing crazy stuff like this, it may have a problem learning the teeth, and then there might be a small scene in it where the teeth won't look right because you didn't generalize it first. So generalize first on the RTM, then you apply that training to your destination video clip. Now in this case, our model has already been trained all the way up. We've used, we've trained it through GAN and so forth. You may ask yourself, can I use that without having to go back and like redo my settings? Yes and no. We're going to try it and see how it works. It should work because I didn't do anything complicated. So I'll go ahead and tell it to start training SAEHD. If your destination video clip has a bunch of stuff in it that your model hasn't seen before, it may have a hard time learning it. Like if there's extreme lighting conditions, like bright orange and different colors like that, it seems like it struggles. If there's smoke in the room, which, maybe you're not doing that yourself, but if you picked up a video clip off of YouTube from a movie or something, and then you try to use a GAN trained model to train against that new video clip, it probably won't work very well. You'll get a bunch of weird results. And you can see that the loss value on the destination started out pretty high because it doesn't know this destination yet, but it should learn it quickly enough and come down. So you can see the graph is starting off. The blue is still low because the blue is the source. The yellow is disappeared because it's up here somewhere, because the destination is not yet learned. But it should fairly quickly start to come back down. Now again, this is like the source and how well the source is learned. This is the destination, which is me, and how well it knows the destination. It's starting to learn me and starting to show what the results will look like, but it's too early to be using this yet. You could I mean, it looks passable, but it's better if you train it for a little while first. So it's about 7 o'clock, and I might let this train for a little while, like an hour or something like that. Sometimes you can really get it to do a pretty good job within a short period of time. Sometimes it only takes it a few minutes. Like with some of the models that I've got, that like my 320 res model has like 16 million iterations on it. Like I can pretty much give it a new destination, and within a very short period of time, it will know that new destination. And the reason for that, I might as well explain something else here, is like the different model files, what some of these things do. I don't know if they all do, but as far as like, so these are the GAN files. So like you don't start off with these, but after you train GAN, these files are created to store that information. But the two, and there's two interpolation files that I kind of have some understanding of how they work. And so enter B, like I've explained this before in my, what was called like the advanced tutorial at the time. Like if you wanted to make a new model, like with a different character and still use these same files, you keep everything except for the enter AB file. Enter AB is like the data that, look how low the losses got already, by the way. I bet that graph, so you can start to see the graph coming down. Anyways, enter AB is the file that retains the information of how well it understands the translation of the source person to the destination data, if that makes any sense. If you delete that, it forgets all about the source person, and you have to basically train that up again, but you can put in a different source facet. So if I wanted to put in, you know, somebody like, oh, I don't know, pick a female, pick any other celebrity, The Rock, you know, Dwayne Johnson, whatever. I can put that in, and it will pick it up and start over again. If you try to just swap out the Faceset without deleting the enter AB file, it will do weird things, but it will never learn The Rock correctly. It will just, it'll stay as Gigi, but it'll eventually end up getting screwed up and collapse or do weird things, but it doesn't work. But if you delete, like I say, enter AB, it'll let you start over again. But you shouldn't delete enter B. Enter B retains the data that it knows about destinations. So like if you train a model on the RTM Faceset for quite a while, which we did, you don't want to delete the enter B file ever, because it retains all that knowledge it learned about mini RTM. And the next model that you try to do, it'll learn that much faster the destination video clip you give it if the enter B file has a lot of data already in it. So we want to keep our enter B, but if you're switching to a new, like I said, a new source Faceset, you have to delete the enter AB. And again, I've demoed that in that advanced, you know, Deepface Lab tutorial that I did, I think sometime last year. I'm not going to really go back over that again too closely, other than just to explain it. That's how you like start a new source Faceset with the same model files. Now, I think honestly, like it would obviously get better if I let this keep going. Like the loss value is still, I mean, it's like 0.2, 0.3. It's really actually pretty adequate already. You know, I would let it keep going for a while for the sake of getting a better result out of it. But just for, again, this is like demonstration purposes. Normally you could let this go for an hour or two, get the loss spec down to like 0.05, 0.06 and get a sharper result. But you can see, I mean, basically it's already getting there. I think we'll just test it out and I can show you guys how this stuff works. And you can imagine it being a little sharper, but other than that, it's not going to be any different. Why this is so slow to save. Come on, do it now, save it. This is how, like, you know, like when I do fairly quick YouTube videos sometimes, like, you know, I do like 2 Bruce Campbell videos in like, a day apart from each other. I really can do those in like an hour because I can download it, you know, strip out the images from the person that I want in the video, and then all I have to do is train it just a little bit further because I've already finished it, like on a previous model. For example, like with Bruce, I trained him for a while on mini RTM, and then I used him in that video with for Blade Runner. Well, once I did that, all I had to do was then swap out the destination folder for a different video clip, which was in this case The Matrix, and suddenly he's Keanu Reeves in like, again, about an hour. You give it a little bit longer than that to get better results. Usually if I'm going to upload something to YouTube, I want to give it a little bit longer, but just for the sake of, like I say, if we're just doing a demo to show how it works, you could do it very quickly. Okay, so the last part of this is SAEHD merging. There's also AMP merger, but again, we're not doing AMP, so in fact, I don't see. There it is. There's merge AMP and merge quick 96, which once again is strictly for quick 96 models, which are a small 96 by 96 pixel model, which we don't want to use because they're very poor quality. But merge SAEHD is complicated in the sense that it has a bunch of options, which I will try to explain. Excuse me. So we're going to go ahead and tell it we would like to use our RTX 4090. Interactive merger, yes. If you say no, you don't get a GUI and you just have to enter in commands. You can do it, but it's like, you don't even know what it looks like until it comes out. Number of workers, it's just asking you how many of your CPU cores do you want to dedicate to this. So we'll go ahead and just leave that at default. And it brings up this lovely little application GUI window here. And then the command window shows you kind of what settings are enabled at any given time, what image you're on. Like we're not starting on 0001, of course, because that's the first image in the sequence. But basically, if you hit tab, you can see the video. This is like the first video clip frame, etc. If you go back and hit tab again, it shows you all the hotkeys. Bunch of hotkeys. I've got them all memorized. It's just a matter of time until you do that. But basically, yeah, you're gonna have to just kind of tab back and forth until you learn them. They don't do anything when you're on this screen. I can hit a bunch of keys, nothing will happen. It only does something when you're on the actual video screen, so you don't have to worry about screwing it up too badly. So what have we got? We've got original, overlay, histogram match, seamless histogram match, raw RGB, raw predict, debug, and some other like pre-sharpening options. So this changes like how the mask looks on your person's face. So you can kind of see like the edge here because of the way I did the XSEG mask. Like we want to blend all that stuff in. Like I mentioned, I can probably get it to blend into the forehead pretty well. This is on original right now, or the overlay, excuse me. If I go to original, which is a little tilde key, suddenly it just goes back to me. If I go back to overlay by hitting 1, it brings it back to an overlay. 2, you can see it says histogram match. It might look a little bit better, like it kind of tries to match the colors better. Seamless, from what I understand, is like for debug purposes. It might look good here, but in motion it ends up looking kind of like the colors keep shifting around. It isn't good overall. I'm not sure the differences between that and like seamless histogram match. I think is again for kind of like debugging. This is for raw predict. It just makes it like into this tiny little image, which is funny. Like you can use these in a video and put like a bunch of different ones in there, so there's a bunch of little floating heads, but other than that it's not that useful. What does 7 do? Hold on. 7 is some kind of debug mode. I can't tell what it's doing because I'm on that. Oh, 7 puts it in the corner actually, so you can see. I forgot about that. I haven't used that in a while, but like in the left corner I can see the masked version, and in the right corner I can see the original version, which is kind of handy because you can then say like how close does this look to, and how well is it behaving. So that is let me shut that back off, the debug mode. So that's the the hotkeys for basically the number row. Sharpening stuff I'll show you in a second. Tab, as it says, like I say, goes back and forth between the two screens. Oh my god. Okay, histogram match threshold. So like if I switch to histogram match, I can hit Q and you can see it goes up and kind of matches the color better. I can hit A and dial it down and it kind of gets worse. If I hold shift, it goes by 5 instead of 1 at a time, so I can drive it back up more quickly. And so shift A and Q for histogram match changes. Erode mask, W and S. So I'm going to go back to overlay. Erode mask is, I think, what we did before, like with Deepface Live. So if I go negative on it, you can see kind of it expands out. If I go inward on it, like a positive value, it starts kind of moving the cutting off basically erodes the edges of the face, is, erode as implied. So I might sometimes use some of that, depends on some other factors. Next up is blur mask. This will kind of blend the edges of the mask. You can see I cranked it up to 100 and suddenly it's like that's actually fairly smooth. And then if I do a little bit of erode on top of that, it might be better depending on, how well the faces appear to be fitting together. Of course, two people never have the same shaped face, so it can sometimes be sort of challenging to get what you want. Like in this case, Gigi and my face probably don't look that much alike at all. Not in terms of shape anyway, especially. So next up we have blur. Motion blur doesn't really do much unless there's like the person's really moving their head around a lot. I can't really demo for you in this video how that looks. You can play with it. It doesn't really, I don't really have any major use for it. I guess if they're turning the head really fast and it looks kind of bad, if you enable that, it will kind of help mask how bad it looks. But anywho, super resolution is a way to crank up how sharp it looks. I usually go to about 20, maybe 30. You see it gets a little bit sharper detail. The problem with super resolution is it makes it take a lot longer to merge this. Like it really slows down this for some reason, just because it uses more system resources, I guess. And then if you hit G, so T for super res, G to bring it back down. All right. Oh, what did I hit? Sorry, wrong button. And then we have blur or sharpen. So if I hit, you have to pick a sharpen mode also. So like you hit N to pick the sharpen mode. You have box or Gaussian, or you can shut it back off. Box will make it sharper. Gaussian will make it blurrier. So I'm in box. If I hit Y, you can see it starts to sharpen pretty quick. But if I hit it a little too much, it gets a little bit disturbing. But if you hit H, it comes back down. If I switch it to Gaussian instead, I think it's still, like it sharpens it, but it's like a softer sharpening, if that makes any sense. Like it's not as extreme. And so I don't usually use those that often. Sometimes I'll use it at like a 1 if I feel like it might be needed. And then I want to do face scale. If I hit J, it'll make the face bigger, which oddly enough makes it's a negative number, but it makes the face bigger. If I hit U, it goes down. You can get very, very small and silly looking. But anywho, that's the face changing size. What the heck? Denoise. Let's see if that does. I don't think I've ever done it very extreme. Oh yeah, denoise handles the actual image around it, I think. You see like the microphone and stuff even has been denoised. I don't really use that very much. All right, and then bicubic, honestly, let's see. It's weird, there's like a threshold where it's not doing it, and all of a sudden it's just like the whole, you can see now it's starting to kind of, everything's looking more pixelated. Keep going up with it until everything goes to shit. Like it's kind of funny looking, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, so that's the bicubic degrade power. Just says color degrade. I think you can make it kind of black and white probably. Oh no, it just like lowers the color quality. See, it kind of got lousy looking. And then you bring it back down with the colon key. Pre-sharpen. That's an option I'm pretty sure didn't exist in the vanilla mode. You could get this with the MVE Fork, which is why we're using that. You can hold shift and hit N. It will enable Gaussian, and hold it again and turn it off. But it'll get sharper here in a second. So that turns it on. And then to use it, as it says up here, pre-sharpening is 8 or 9. So 9. You just go to like 20-ish. You can see how much sharper it's getting already. 30, etc. Thought I could. I don't know why it's not letting me like do more than a certain amount of time. Look how weird it's starting to look. Like the more you enable that, the more it morphs and gets effed up. Hilarious. Like I don't know why shift isn't working. It's strange. like I say, like a value of like 20 is usually all right. The problem with it is for some reason, like I say, it will cause morphing. Again, like if the person blinks or whatever, like you might see some blinking, like some flickering or otherwise deformation of like the forehead, cheek, face area, which you don't really want. Super resolution does the opposite. Super resolution kind of solidifies it. The downside, like I said, with super res is that it really can make it take quite a bit longer. Like each frame, you'll start getting like this little hourglass up here indicating that it's waiting. It makes it take a lot longer to merge if you use super resolution, but it is in some ways superior and usually eliminates, if not, it doesn't entirely eliminate it, it usually at least helps with the face morphing and flickering that super res pre-sharpening makes worse. Super res makes it better, but sometimes pre-sharpening looks better, so it's like, pick something. Okay, so we've gone through the majority of the settings. Now we're going to get down into masked modes. Masked histogram match. Doesn't seem to do anything. I don't think I ever used that. I don't know what it's supposed to do. But mask mode is kind of complicated. So we've got, like, this is whatever the default setting is: learned prediction times learned destination. Learn plus learn destination. All you have to do, like, basically for every scene, it helps to just play with this stuff and see what works better. XSEG. So now, like, let me go back. So like it starts off, it's not using what like the XSEG mask is for. So like sometimes this will give weird results because it's not using the XSEG mask that we created. So this is actually better, but usually you want to use the XSEG mask. So this is the predicted XSEG mask. Usually this will give you like the full face output where it's like it's not cutting off at the edges anywhere. It's just the full thing. But this mode cannot handle any kind of facial obstruction. It will actually start to appear behind the face, which looks really weird. So if you have any obstructions on the face, you cannot use XSEG predicted mask. It won't handle the obstruction. It'll look weird. XSEG DST, this lets you, if you do like a negative erosion value, you can see like her face shape is now starting to sort of supplant mine. Like there's kind of like a happy medium. Sometimes I'll increase the face shape size a little bit and then do like a little bit of a negative erosion value and try to figure out like if I can make her jawline and cheek look more prevalent than my own, or again whoever's in the destination video clip, because it makes it look more like Gigi than myself. The idea of a deepfake is to make it look like your source character, not the person that's already in the video. Next up, XSEG prediction times XSEG destination. This does a pretty good job, but it tends to fit the mask with inside of the destination person, and so does the last setting. I don't really know the difference between the last two settings. They're very similar, but they will kind of try to keep it within inside of the person of the destination. But like I say, that sometimes results in the face shape not being is accurate to the source person. That's a lot of explaining. I hope that made some sense. Color transfer mode. So RCT is the default, but you can switch through that and change how it blends the colors. MKL-M and RCT are usually the two best. IDT and IDT-M sometimes will give like a reflective quality. So like I did that one video where Scarlett Johansson and Jason Momoa were walking out of the ocean in Aquaman, and she had water on her face. I try to use IDT because it makes it like reflective and look like she's got water on her face. SOT sometimes looks pretty good, but SOT will make it take forever to merge, especially if you combine it with super resolution. It will take forever to merge the video, like a very long time. Mix M looks okay sometimes, and then no color transfer mode. Because our skin tones are pretty similar, it looks like it's not really making much of a difference. I'll use RCT for this. So we've covered mask modes. Show alpha mask. That's kind of like makes it look like a PNG with like a transparency layer. So you kind of see where the edges of the mask are at and turn it on and off by hitting V. So I don't think mask his match does anything. I think it might only work if you're. Oh, I see. I can turn it on and off if I'm using histogram match mode. That makes sense. So 2-pass, we talked about that before. You can see it kind of looks a little bit different. turning that on and off. Sometimes it'll help again, like for head models, like the hair sometimes will look better. Other than that, I haven't really found any instance where 2-pass really has much value. And okay, so this is like sort of complicated. Also, you can push, sorry, I forgot to go this. Window scaling, you can just hit the negative key or the equals or plus key to make this smaller or bigger, depending on whatever you need to fit on your display. So you can change the size of it. Probably good to have it fairly large so you can see what you're working with. So what does all this stuff do? So like we're on the first frame. If I hit the forward arrow key to see the next frame, it's going to lose all my set. Well, why is it not? I didn't apply this to everything. It's making me look dumb. Maybe I didn't even realize I had done it. I don't think I did. Get it. Yeah, it's barking at me. Well, let's see. If I change that to MKL and go to the next, see, it goes back. So if I want to apply these settings, like let's say I wanted to use MKL-M instead, and let's say I wanted to go ahead and use like some pre-sharpening. So I'll enable pre-sharpening up to like 20, and maybe even like the regular sharpening by 1. And also I found like it softens the edges if you do 1 image noise and 1 bicubic degrade, like it blurs the edges just a little bit better. So if I want to apply this to everything instead of just the frame that I'm on, because like I say, if I go to the next frame, it changes back. But if I hit backward again, which you're hitting basically the period and comma keys or basically arrow keys on your keyboard. So if I hit forward, it changes. I don't want it to change. I want to keep that setting. Now, if I want to do just the next frame, I can hit the question mark key, which is kind of like the forward slash. I can hit that once. It will apply it to the next frame. So I'm on frame 2, as you can see. I can go back to frame 1 and 2. They both have MKL. They have the pre-sharpening. If I go to frame 3, though, it shuts them back off and goes to the default setting. So what do I want to do? If I want this setting on everything, I need to hit override up to the last frame, which means it'll do the whole video in this particular set of settings. I'll hold shift and hit the forward slash or question mark key. It'll take a bit longer, but not that long. And now if I keep going, you can see the settings are staying as opposed to getting changed. But let's say I got somewhere into the video and realized I think it would look better if I went back to RCT or something. So I can hit C until I go back to RCT and say, all right, but what do I want? I want to apply to all the previous setting or the previous frames. I'm out on 83 now, but if I want it to go back. So to override up to 1 previous frame, you can hit M. But if you want to do all the previous frames, you hold shift and hit M, and I'll be back at the beginning. And every frame from 1 to 83 is now using RCT instead, like I changed it. But if I still want it to be for the whole video, I'd have to hold shift and hit the forward slash again. And now every frame of the video has the new settings using RCT. I know this is just something you're going to have to play with until you're used to it. Now I'm holding the forward key, and you can see frame by frame, like it's clicking through over here. You can see frame by frame by frame. We're seeing it kind of go by. If I didn't want to sit here and watch this, and I'm pretty confident that my settings are going to look how I want them to look, I can hold shift and hit the forward arrow key, and it will just auto apply them to the rest of the video. Oh, I made a mistake. I want to stop it. I'll hit P. Now it's back up, and I can make more changes if I want to. Oh, God. But I'm going to go ahead and continue it. But like I say, hitting P will let you stop it and see how it looks. Or again, if you decide that you made a mistake and you want to go back and make a change before it gets all the way to the end, you hit the P key. I don't know if it mentions that. I'll stop it, Windows. No, it doesn't really mention that anywhere. So that's good information. So if you're already in merging like this, holding a shift and hitting forward arrow, and you want to make a change, hit the P key on your keyboard, and it will stop and let you, make your corrections. So I'm gonna go ahead and let it complete. I get some more water. All right, so it's done. It says 100%, and the little hourglass icon went away. So I need to hit the escape key, and it's going to say it saved the model to the merger session data, and then it's done. And I can enter or anything else to close this out. So what's next? So I can do a couple of things. I have the merged folder inside the data DST folder, and this is where it's basically created an individual image for each one that's now overlaid the mask of GG onto myself. So I don't know why it won't index a bunch of images. This is Windows for you. So you can, it's still not letting me do it. There you go. There's something wrong with Windows Image Viewer. It just literally will not let you index images to see one at a time. Whatever. You get the idea. It made a folder full of the same images that were in the video to begin with. Like if I go to the regular folder, you can see it's the same things, just me. If I go into merged, I see the same things, but with GG instead. So we've got a folder here. So you can do a couple things. Like if you have your video editing software and you want to import all these images as like an image sequence and edit it, you can do that. Or Deepfacelab provides a tool for you to make your video. So I've already got the destination video clip, data DST. All I have to do is tell it I would like to merge to MP4. I could do MP4 lossless, MOV lossless. I'll just tell it MP4 lossless, which means it's going to keep the top possible quality of the video instead of trying to compress it down and make it a smaller file size. It's going to run through this twice. This is a FFmpeg, I believe is the name of this little utility. And now we should have a file named result. Excuse me. We have a file named result that's shown up in our workspace folder, which is the output of basically combining the merged file folders, images, and putting them onto this. Or basically it's just, yeah, I mean, that's what it basically uses this for audio, and it spits out an image sequence of this video. So the ultimate result is it should be testing this video equipment and testing my SAEHD model for the sake of Deepfacelab training. Testing complete. So you can see that it worked. So you can name it whatever you want. You know, I like Gigi Hadid. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you name it, but then you could upload it to YouTube, or you could edit it further if you wanted to. But ultimately, that's what you get after you merge. It spits out a result file, and you can see how it looks if you like it or not. If you don't like it, you can go back and merge it again. You can go back and play around with the settings. You can train it longer if you think it doesn't look good enough yet. Those are all your different options at your discretion. But ultimately, you can do those different things and try merging it and exporting it again and see if you like the result better. All right, so hopefully this has been a useful tutorial to you guys. If you have any questions, please ask them in the comment section below. If you thought this was useful, please consider giving it a thumbs up and subscribing to the channel. Maybe make a PayPal donation if you feel like this has been useful to you on that level. Otherwise, appreciate everybody watching. Like I say, just hit me up in the comment section, or you can ask questions on Discord at Druzel_TG. I don't have my own channel on there, but I do have, like I say, my account on there. So if people want to message me, I'm available. Let me know what you need, and I'll try to help you out with it. But otherwise, appreciate everybody watching. Hope everybody has a good weekend. Try to stay cool. It's really hot out there still. And I will talk to you guys in the next video. Take care.